Hello everyone, I'm Alicia. Welcome to my Beautiful Nights channel. For this video, I'm going to show you guys probably the biggest bead haul that I've ever got at one time. Now, there was another time where when I first found Macari, that I got a lot of jewelry making supplies from a lady that was getting out of the jewelry making business. She was selling freshwater pearls, saltwater, jade, so many rare, gorgeous gemstones. I got sterling silver from her, gold filled. It was a lot of stuff, and I ended up doing a 5-part video series. If you did not see those videos, I will link them down below, but also I'm just going to put some pictures up now of what I got so you get an idea. So as you can see, there was a lot of stuff in that haul, and that was the best quality stuff that I've ever got at one time. Now this time I am thinking that I might have more stuff here than I did then, but it's kind of hard for me to know because back then when I got all that stuff, I bought it over like a several week period, I think, and she was posting gallon size bags of the stuff, so I would buy like 2 at a time, 3 at a time, whenever she posted them. So anyways, this time I found a lady in Macari that was selling her 15-year jewelry making collection. She was selling 60 pounds of it, and I ended up going back forth with her, you know, trying to make a deal, and I ended up paying $423 for 60 pounds of the stuff. And what she ended up doing, because there was so much stuff that I was getting from her and it was 60 pounds, it was really heavy, she ended up separating the 60 pounds of the jewelry making supplies into 3 boxes, and she put them into, I have to turn around to read the box, United States Postal Service large flat rate boxes. There's 3 boxes, 20 pounds in each box, and I didn't have to pay for shipping, which was awesome. And she was trying to make me pay for shipping at the beginning, and it would have cost me like $200. And this lady was actually trying to get rid of all of this stuff because she was leaving the country to go get a surgery, and she was moving to some other country. But anyways, long story short, I ended up spending $423 on 60 pounds of her jewelry making stuff that she's collected for 15 years. Alright, so let's go ahead and go through all of this stuff. There's gonna be some stuff in here that I don't know what it is because it's so old, or just stuff that I've never seen before. So if any of you know what the stuff is, please let me know down in the comments. And this bag right here is like the #1 thing that I really don't know anything about. So if you know anything about this, and I believe she said these are Nepalese beads and pendants, please let me know in the comments about this stuff, because I really don't know if it's worth much. I'm thinking that it might be worth something because they're pretty epic and rare. And also, I would like to know how old this stuff is, if you know. Alright, now before I dig into this, I just want to let you guys know that I got all of this stuff from Macari, and I have a coupon code for you. If you are new to Macari and you've not yet used Macari, I will have a link down there below in the description bar. So just scroll down, click, I think it's info or something like that, or description, I don't remember, they're changing it all the time. There's a tab down there, you click it, open it up, you'll see a link for Macari. And if you get on your phone and you download, you go to that link, click on the link, you download the Macari app on your cell phone, you will get $10 off towards your first purchase on Macari. Alright, so you'll see the link down there below in the description. Now I'm thinking I would like to film all of this at one time, and I know that I can't, so I'm probably going to try to aim for 3 videos, do 1 video for each box. And I don't know how long this is going to be. Hopefully not too long. I will be skipping over some things, just like showing you like the outside of the bag and not going through it. Some things, I'm going to try my best to do that. It's hard for me because I do love to go through it. And I have tried sorting through most of this stuff to make it easier. but there's just so much stuff. Now, I did get some junk from her. For example, she gave me some jewelry making pliers, maybe about 12 of them, and I really didn't need them. I only saw 2 of them when in the pictures that she sent me, and she told me there was a lot of stuff in the pictures that I didn't see, and there sure is. But anyways, I ended up throwing a lot of the pliers she sent me away because they were rusty. There was paint on them. They were bent. I think I kept like 3 of them. A crimping tool, like a weird chain nose plier that I've never seen before, and something else. So anyways, I was really excited about this stuff here because I've never used anything like this before. She said this is from Nepal, Nepalese, something like that. Beads and pendants, and these have real gemstones in them. Look at how gorgeous this one is. This is probably one of my favorite pendants that I have here. There's turquoise and garnet in it. And I don't even know if this is a precious metal. I was kind of wondering if it's bronze or brass, but I think it might be more bronze. I'm not sure, so let me know down in the comments. But it looks like it's handmade, and it is so gorgeous. I love it. And I want to say that that opens, but I'm not totally sure. I probably won't mess with it though, because I don't want to mess it up. There are some broken things in here. So there's that one and this one here. I do think it's real turquoise. Again, that kind of looks like it's bronze. Okay, and then there's some really epic beads, like this one here. I think that's acrylic, because it's lightweight, or maybe it's like Bakelite or something fancy. Now this here was attached here, but I guess it came off, so I will find the way that it goes and glue it back on. But I thought that was a really neat bead. And this here is really unusual. How many do I have of these? 1. This looks like it's a multi-strand kind of thing. See all the holes there? And it has inlay in it, and I guess these are dirty. Again, it looks like it's bronze. I don't know, but it's so beautiful, and it just looks like it's very old. Now this here is a bracelet. I don't know if the turquoise in that is real. And there's some really cool beads here. Now see how this one here looks like it's missing the turquoise? I got somewhere in one of these boxes a tube of turquoise cabochons in different shapes that can be glued into things. So like these little stones here, there's a whole bunch of them somewhere in the boxes. I'll show you later. But I just think that this is really cool. I actually want to say that this is a modern class because I recognize this one, kind of, but this one I don't recognize that T-bar. But I thought that was a neat bracelet. It will have to be restring, or I make something else out of it, which I probably will. And then there's really cool stuff like this. Like, I believe these are agate because of the stripes on them. And then they have the turquoise, and I guess that's coral, and laid there on the side. And it looks like it's silver and bronze. I'm thinking it's like bronze or brass. But they are really gorgeous. I better hurry up because I have so much. Like I told you guys, it's going to be hard for me to make this fast because there's just so much cool stuff here that I've never seen before. So look at that one. So this one has a tassel on it, and I do believe that she put that tassel on there. Here's another bead. This one's inlaid with turquoise. It looks very old again. So cool. This one's huge. I was kind of wondering if this was like a big necklace that was broken, or maybe she took it apart and was using pieces out of it. This is heavy. I wonder if this is some kind of coral, but it looks like it's maybe multiple pieces smashed and then put together. I don't know. It's pretty cool though. Look at this bead. I have no idea what this is made out of. But man, that is gorgeous. I don't have stuff like this in my stash. And I do know this stuff is really popular right now. I've gone onto like BB Craft, and I've seen the newer versions of these beads. I think they call them on BB Craft Tibetan beads. This is lapis lazuli. You can see the pyrite in it. So there's 2 of those. So see, we have some pairs. So there's 2 of these. There's 2 of the purple ones, right? I think there's a few of these. Those they're matched. Oh, I guess this is just similar to those other ones. This feels hollow. Yeah. But they're really cool. Look at that one. That bead's awesome. Like, I'm probably going to hoard this stuff for a long time. Now, this is broken. See, it's cut. And I don't solder. I don't know how to do that. So I don't know if it could be fixed or not. But what I would probably do with this is maybe cut that off. I don't know if it's bad for me if I cut that whole thing off there. And bead around this. But then I would be covering this. So I don't know. I have to know more info about this stuff. So let me know down in the comments. Now, this here I'm probably thinking... I'm thinking this is probably newer, just because of how it looks. It's probably not very old, so there's 2 of these. Yep, there's a pair of those. And then we have a pair of these, yeah? Actually, no, they're a little bit different. That one has dark blue on it. But they're close. But yeah, there's some really cool stuff in here. There's another one. So there's 2 of those. And then this here, this is handmade. This is a glass flatback marble. I just put it up to the light and I can see the light going through it. It's brown. And this looks like polymer clay. That's really cool. If somebody made that, it has to be handmade. So I don't think that's old. But there's some more of these little charms here. That one's bent, but I could probably reopen that with my round nose pliers. But yeah, those are cool. And these here, I think these are brass. Look how thick they are. These are so much thicker compared to today's. And this piece here, that might be brass also. This does look very old. I don't think that's new. So anyways, let's keep going. I will be trying to edit this video and take parts out of me, like putting things away and stuff, to make it shorter for you guys. Okay, so she told me that these were Nepalese beads and pendants. That's all I know. So if you know anything about that stuff, let me know down in the comments. Now, I'm hoping there's not anything broken here. There wasn't anything broken when I got it from her, but the other day I had this behind me on my cart, and I accidentally dropped it, and it fell onto the dog bed, so hopefully none of this got broken. There's really gorgeous lampwork pieces in here. Look at this heart. I love this blue color over there. It's very beautiful. I thought this was the coolest thing. This is a little glass lampwork bottle. The cork doesn't come out of this one. It's stuck, and I don't want to pull it because I know that I'll break the head pin. But I thought this donut was awesome. I love the gold in it. It is gorgeous. It's glass. There's a star here. That's glass. So pretty. This is my favorite bottle here, this one. It has roses on its heart. This one opens. Now, I want to say that I've seen these sold on, what's it called? BB Craft. You can get like 4 or 5 of them. I think that one's gorgeous. I don't see anything wrong with these, other than that one having the cork stuck, which I don't mind because I'm not going to be putting anything in it. This is, I think, resin. It looks like it has shell in it. I wanted to do stuff like this a while back. I was hunting for broken shell like that, and I couldn't find any. This here is a fleur de lis glass pendant. There's 2 of these. This one's red. This one's on a cord. It's really cool. Here is a blue one. Oh, it looks like I did break something. Oh, darn it. I think I broke the starfish. There's another one. I should have put it somewhere safer. I thought it was safe where I had it at. I did not think it was going to fall at all. So this was on the starfish. Like that. He was so cool. Man, that stings. I thought I broke something. It landed in the dog bed, which is soft. Right? But all of these glass pieces, they're all banging into each other. There's a little donut with a loop at the top. This is a really cute heart. I like how big the bail is on it. And then this one here. I think I like this side more because this is my favorite color. With the big chunky lampwork. And this here, this is pretty. This is a ceramic pendant. It looks like there's a price tag on there, but how it has this hole right there, it's making me want to put a cab in there if I have one that fits. And then there's another little donut. So here is a bag of some of the pink beads that I've gathered together. There's stuff in here that came on strands, and there's stuff that I could tell that she put on strands. And she had told me that a lot of this stuff was in plastic containers, and so she had taken it all out and put it into bags and stuff for me. Alright, so this here was mind-blowing. I love these beads. I don't know what they are, but I found them scattered throughout all 3 boxes. They were everywhere. They're rectangles, they're faceted. I have no idea what this stone is. It is so gorgeous though. It's the prettiest, like, vibrant pink I've ever seen in a gemstone. As you can see, there's different sizes. This one here is really chunky. And then this one's like thinner. Maybe there's like 3 different sizes. I don't know, but they have like lines going through them. Like they're crackled, I guess. Anyways, I'm in love with those. I'm very excited about those. That's a lot. That is a lot. And then we have some round beads here. I believe those are painted. Those are miracle beads, aren't they? They look really good on my camera. And then there's some more. There's this big chunky bead here. I think this is glass. I don't think it's gemstone. We have some big rose quartz beads. There's this is a man-made bead, howlite, I think it's called. Peace sign, more rose quartz. Actually, I don't think these are rose quartz. I think these are glass. Kind of has like a cat's eye look to it. There's cherry quartz. I love this one here. I wish there was more of those. That cool rondelle shape there. But there's some neat beads here. Neat shapes. So you can see that she strung that up. And this, I have no idea what this strand is either. But I love that color. It is gorgeous. And this is awesome. Look at this. See, the veil is carved right there. I did not expect that. I thought there would just be like a hole drilled through it. I didn't think that it would have a carved area for the veil. And it's pretty awesome. I'm in love with that. This cherry quartz. And then here's some more. Again, I don't know what this bead is. I kind of want to say it's like dyed quartzite or something. Here's some more cool beads. Again, the color is gorgeous. There's a bunch of this color here. I have no idea what this bead is. They're beautiful. Here's another one. This shape is gorgeous. Love those. More rose quartz. These are gemstone chips. And it looks like there's some other shapes in here. I still have to go through this. There is so much work I have to do in sorting. I need to take like 2 weeks off of YouTube just so I can organize my beads. I have no idea what this strand is. I've never seen this gemstone before. But again, it's really cool. It's very shiny, smooth. It's like a salmon color, marbled looking, gray in it. I think it's beautiful. I love this shape of rose quartz. Oh, how long is this? This one here. This bigger one, it's shaped like an egg, oval shapes, and then there's this one here that's smaller, but I like the bigger one more. Oh, that's a big strand. And then here it is in the smaller size. The strands are really long. Again, I think she strung these. This is probably, I don't know, maybe almost 30 inches long, maybe like 28 or something. Again, more of those. What is that gemstone? I have no idea. More rose quartz, more cherry quartz, and rose quartz, and just a mix of these like pretty dark beads that I don't know. There is Czech glass in here, by the way. I have it in certain colors though. This is a mix. I want to say these are man-made. I think these might be glass. They have like a paint or a dye in them with Aurora Borealis. They're very gorgeous. I've never seen that done before. And then we have this bag here that has small 4mm beads, some rondelle shapes. This is a mix of gemstones. I didn't go through this. I see there's cat's eye beads in there. And it looks like there's also coral, pink coral, which is very expensive. I went to a flea market one time and the guy was selling pink coral beads and they were so pricey, but I just had to have one little strand of it. And that was all that I bought from it, was just that. So there's some neat beads in there. Can't wait to sort through that and see all of what I have. And there's this bag here. And these are all gemstones. I did sort through this. I remember that. Doing it because I was separating these from the glass ones, and I love this bag. There are some really pretty stones in here, but again, I don't know what they are. I think most pink gemstone beads are dyed. The only ones that I could think that are natural is rose quartz and was it rhodonite, something like that at this time. I'm sure there's more that I can't think of right now, but like I think a lot of pink gemstone beads are dyed. Am I right? More rose quartz. That's a really beautiful nugget right there. And then here are some Czech glass beads. So I'm going to reload this bag. Okay, I have another bag here. I do think that I have some real turquoise, like I got in the time that I was talking about before, like a bunch of real turquoise. But I think most of it is fake. I don't know. We'll see. Let's go through it together. It's been a while since I've gone through this stuff. I think I've actually been holding on to this stuff. Look at this bead. It is so gorgeous. I think I've been holding on to this stuff for maybe over a month now. I sorted through it some, but I've been trying to figure out if I should film a haul in or not, because it's a lot of work to film this. It takes hours, and by the end of filming these massive hauls, I actually like lose my voice from talking so much. And I'm extremely mentally tired. And also, it takes like weeks to edit haul videos like this, because I'll have like 8-10 hours of footage. It's crazy. So here are some Halite spike beads. These are from Michael's. I know they are because I have seen them there. I never bought them, but I remember seeing them. And this is like the second time I've got these beads in a haul like this, which I think is kind of strange. Okay, and then we have some teardrops. I don't think these are real turquoise, but they are faceted like really well, so maybe they are. I don't know. I'm in love with this carved bead. Again, I don't know if this is real turquoise or man-made. I kind of want to say man-made. I don't know. Don't know. This might be real turquoise nuggets, and I don't know about that bead. That one's really gorgeous. Maybe it is. I don't know. I think these are glass briolets, and I don't know what this bead is. It's bluish green. It's like teal. And I'm opening because I want to show you guys because I don't know what it is. Maybe you can tell me. I'm kind of wondering if it's Russian Amazonite, because it's like a greenish blue. Get what I'm saying? And the lines, or the markings, is there lines in it? The markings that are on it kind of looks like the markings that is on Russian Amazonite, but I don't know for sure. But let me know in the comments if you know what any of this stuff is, and tell me the time that you saw it in the video, because if you just comment talking on and on, I have no idea what you're talking about unless you tell me what time you saw it at. And these here, I think these beads are vintage. They, I believe, are Czech glass, but I've never seen anything like these before. It's almost like a piggy bead, but a piggy bead has 2 holes and it's round shaped, right? But these are oval shaped and they look like they're dirty, so I'll have to clean them. But there's a bunch here, and I believe these came from a necklace that was broken or something. But they're really weird. I think they're weird. Okay, and let's see, I'll go through the strands. I think this is howlite, so it's not real real turquoise, and I think this one's also fake turquoise, but still, they are gorgeous, and holy cow, these are rocks. They are massive. How cool. Here's another big strand. I think this was fake too. I don't know about this strand. Man, there's a lot here. It looks like all of these are the same, like from the same strand whenever she bought them. And then she just strung these on. I want to say these here are man-made turquoise, but these, I question, these might actually be real turquoise. Because they look, especially this one, looks like the real turquoise that I have in my stash. And dang, these are rocks. They are so big. Huge. And I love this bead. I think this is glass. Look at how big it is. It's faceted. That would be awesome for a mala necklace. Have it be my center bead. And I love these. These are like peanut shaped. I don't think it's real turquoise again. I think it's fake. But look at how cool. Aren't those cool? They remind me of the kids. What are they called? They shaped like triangles. And there's 3 knobs on each side. But it's a gemstone form. How cool. With a big star. Is this a bead? Yeah, I thought it was a pendant. Right, there's the hole drilled down through there. And that's howlite. And then we have Amazonite ovals, more Amazonite here, and then more turquoise. Did I go through this bag? No, it's a different it's another bag of nuggets. So all those I thought looked like they were similar, so I put them together. And I think this is real turquoise, but this is green. It's a green turquoise. Yeah, I really think this one's real. Just look at it. It has to be real. Look at how the patterns are and the color. It is gorgeous. It's very green. Here's Crazy Lace Agate in blue. Here's some more that's man-made. Here's Czech glass. These two here are Czech glass. This here is a painted glass. I don't know what this is. Maybe quartzite. These might be glass, and then those are quartzite. And this is long. I don't know what this is. At first I thought it was gemstone, but maybe it's some kind of an acrylic bead. I don't know, but it's really interesting. It's kind of lightweight, so maybe it's not a gemstone. Also, the sound, I kind of wonder if it's clay. Like a polymer clay or something. Anyways, I'll just let you guys see close-up of it. Maybe you could figure it out. Okay, and then, I can't remember the name of this. Chrysocolla? Is that it? It's blue and green stone that's like mixed together. And here is this big bag of Czech glass. These are table cut rectangles. I get these from Czech Beads exclusive, also called Craftica. It's called both names. But these are pricey beads, and it's in my favorite color, turquoise. There's round in here, and then there's square. There's rectangles. See that? And then there's two tones. There's that rice-shaped one right there, or horsehair, whatever it's called. But that's an epic bag right there. Kind of wondering if this is like $20 worth, because I swear that website sells these little rectangle beads, like 8 of them for like 3 something, or maybe like 10 of them for like 3 something. So I think I'm a good deal on that. Here's some more turquoise. I love that one. That one's gorgeous. I already showed that one, or is there more than one? I don't know. Here are Czech Drux 6mm and English cuts right there. English cut. That's awesome. That's a great bag because I can weave with those. And these here, I believe, are Lampwork. I love the color. It's that mint green turquoise color that I love so much. And there's another clear one in there. And I would like to put these onto cord and not in between them. I don't know why. I just instantly thought of that when I saw those. So here's more Amazonite. And maybe this is the Russian. Remember I was talking earlier about that weird bag? I was trying to figure out these. They look a lot alike. I think this is a kind of a Amazonite bead, like a Russian Amazonite or the other one. But it's a teal. It's like a greenish blue. See, and it has these markings in it. I think they're the same. They're really pretty, and this here is the more expensive Amazonite. I've seen it on Lima beads. There's more Amazonite. I've always wanted the Russian Amazonite in the rounds. More Amazonite. I think this is man-made, but man, is this shape cool. And also the color, it's very pale blue. It's a neat bead. There's some howlite. This here is Millefory glass, and I've never seen this shape before. Look at this shape. It's gorgeous. It makes me think of marbles. And the color is gorgeous. Oh, this is a necklace, and I believe this clasp that is on the necklace is sterling silver. And I was going to keep this together when I first saw it. I'm like, oh, this is kind of cute. I don't know if I want to tear that apart. And then I saw that there was a broken coral bead. Where's it at? Right there. See? The bead broke. So I will take it apart. But looking at this clasp here, it looks like the ring is soldered on to the circle. And the same thing with this here. And it's black. And it's just how it's made. See the little... the hole, the line where it's like soldered on. I think it's sterling silver, so I will be cleaning it up. But I do kind of wonder if these are real turquoise. These look like they might be real turquoise. But these here don't. They look like white rocks that are painted blue. And then there's the red coral on there, which I actually have this red coral in my stash. I think I have a necklace that I got in a box. This looks like more chrysocolla. Is that what it's called? It's a pretty bead. And then we have some more man-made stones. This is howlite, but they are gorgeous strands, or gorgeous beads in that strand. These are awesome. They're like barrel-shaped, faceted, Amazonite. There is so much in this bag. And this is not the only bag of blue. There's another one, and that was the one that had the little cabochons. There's another strand. I think it's handmade again, but so gorgeous. And I love this one. It looks like a melon, or like some kind of a gourd. Those are pretty. I did not string any of these, by the way. I only gathered beads that were similar together, and I was like separating by color. But there's still more that I have to go through. I have not gone through all of this. So that's more Amazonite nuggets. Amazonite. This is a fake turquoise again. You can tell it's really fake. It's painted. And more turquoise. This is beautiful turquoise. I think it's man-made again, but it is gorgeous. And then we have barrel shapes. This bead I think is glass. I have this in my stash. It's actually a pearl. I have it in black and I think white. And then more chrysocolla. Yeah. Those are pretty. Man, these look like they're painted, but I don't think they are. That's just the gemstone. How wild, huh? I do think there's like a varnish on it or something, because it just kind of looks weird to me. Okay, and then, again, more beads. I wonder if those are real. And then we have this little mix here that I just found and I was tossing in the bag. Alright, so I'm going to put everything back. And we're going on to the next bag. Some faceted glass beads. So I have in here Czech fire polish beads, faceted glass Chinese crystal, which is not really crystal, it's just faceted glass, and Swarovski. And I found a bunch of Swarovski crystal in this box. This is the most I've ever found in any hoard that I've ever bought from anybody. Right here is the bag. This is a lot. It might not look like a lot to you, but for me, I really don't buy Swarovski crystal because it is so doggone expensive, and I don't know why people are so in love with this stone, because there is lead in it. And so I've always done Preciosa Bicone. But anyways, there's a bunch in here, y'all. And you know, when you buy this, you get it such little quantities. These here are all 8mm, and it's this pretty purple color. And I know that it is Swarovski by looking at the hole. You can tell. Oh, there's another one that got away. Look at that. It was in that bag. Swarovski crystals have rounded holes, and I'll show you. There's some big ones in here. Okay, where'd that big bicone go? Right here. Look at this. So see the hole? This is a great bead to show you on. See the hole? How it's rounded and it's kind of like puffed out, right? This is a Swarovski crystal. It's actually a little banged up, but I don't mind. This might be vintage. There is this gorgeous yellow in here. So pretty. Again, see that hole? Nice hole there. Look at that yellow. Isn't that pretty? Pale. I'm not a big yellow fan, but I love that pale yellow. There's a bunch of colors here. Look at the purple. I don't think I put these in this bag. Anyways, I still have so much to sort through, so I'll just dump those back in there. And look at these, the little cubes. It's the first time I've got these, and they're just so pretty. I love them. I think these ones are Swarovski. I'll have to check all their holes. Now the Swarovski cubes, their holes are perfectly centered. So if you get, you know, cubes, you don't know if they're Swarovski or not, look at the hole. Is it perfectly centered in the bead? Check out all of them, because sometimes you'll have one that's like off. But if all of them have like perfectly centered holes, it's Swarovski. Because the regular glass ones, they're always crooked. They never have straight holes. But I got a bunch of colors here. So I'm very excited about that, because like I said, I really don't have so much Swarovski. Okay, and then, oh, this is Chinese crystal. And I'm just going to dump it out and put it back up. Show you. There's actually a lot of like brown colors. Look at that huge one. A bunch here. There is a Czech rondelles in here, so I have to pull those out. And I do have some that are like oddballs, and then I have some that are matching, so I'll have to go through all of them. And you know what I do? You can see a lot of these are oddballs. In my stash, when I sort through my stuff, if I have oddball beads, like 6 or less, I have a bag. It's about this size, where I put all the oddball stuff in. So if I'm making something and I need an oddball bead for maybe the center of a ring, or maybe I'm making a pendant and has this like a center bead, I'll go look through the oddball beads. And this here is all Czech fire polish. These are oddballs. I'm showing you all the oddball stuff right now. I guess it was just on top. But anyways, some of these I think are vintage. Was it this one? Yeah, I'm wondering if this is a vintage Czech fire polish. But it's just because of the shape. It doesn't look like the ones that I get today. It looks different. They're beautiful. Beautiful colors. Oh, and this shovel that I'm using to put my beads away with, I get asked about the shovel all the time. I got this from Shipwreck Beads. I think it was a 2-pack. It's called a bead shovel. This is my favorite bead scooper. I've had so many different kinds of bead scoopers, and this is just the best one. I've had the long skinny ones that you used to like fill tubes with, but I've always had the beads fall off of the sides of those, and I just couldn't get all the beads on at once, so I just found this is the best one. There's nothing better than that. Here are some more faceted glass, and these are really gorgeous colors that I've never seen in Chinese beads before. Look at this. It's actually like two-tone. See how it's like deep red in the middle and then like lighter on the ends? And you can see they're Chinese glass because they have sharp holes and the holes are not centered. That's how you could tell. But they are pretty. So beads like this that have the sharper holes, I really try not to use these for weaving because over time they will break your thread. But they are great for stringing with nylon coated bead stringing wire, stainless steel. I use them for that kind of stuff, and also I use them for monofilament. These here are Czech fire polish. They are huge. What are they, like 12, 14 millimeter? Then I have some faceted glass pink beads in different shapes. There's bicones that have a side hole, and there's just a bunch of different shapes in there. Here's some vintage crystal drops. Wait a second. Oh my word. So these drops are either Swarovski or Preciosa, because their holes are centered. I want to say these might be Preciosa because I want to say the Swarovski ones, they have like fancier holes. But if you look at all of these, they're faceted beautifully and they all have the drill hole centered in them, and it's not crooked, and it's usually crooked in the Chinese ones. So I believe those are a better quality. Teardrop. Anyways, trying to speed through here. I have some cabochons. The Marquise ones. These are stones for bezeling. Teardrops, these don't have holes. These are for bezeling. There's a starfish here that's a pendant that has a hole on it. But there's just, you know, pairs of those. And I wish I could open everything and just show you all of it, but I have so much. These are all Czech rondelles. The bag is a little foggy. You guys see these though, because there's so many of them. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to dump them in here so you can see. Different shades. Those are Czech. That's a lot of Czech rondelles. Oh, look at this. This is a Chinese rondelles. Look at how pretty. There is a flower in there. Isn't that gorgeous? It's clear on the outside. Those are so gorgeous. And more red. That has like a true translucent red. Here's a strand. This is basically the same as those. They're just smaller. These are gorgeous. I love these. Look how sparkly. Those are Chinese. Again, here are Czech rondelles, yellow with bronze. Those are amazing quality. These have rounded holes, and those are best for bead weaving. Here's more Czech rondelles. This color is like reddish brown with white. These here are also great for bead weaving because they have smooth rounded holes. See? So those are awesome. And then more Chinese glass, different shapes, pink, more Chinese glass, more rondelles, Chinese rondelles again in silver. And this here is Czech. This is a cool bead. It's like a rice shape, but it's faceted, and then it has that gold splatter on it. All of those are Czech, and there is a lot in that bag, maybe like 60 there, bunch. And then in here we have flatback stones. There's like glass and gemstone in that bag, believe it or not. And then those there are plastic. But I think there might also be cabs in there. This here is Czech fire polish beads, 6mm. And these are actually painted. If you look closely at them, you can tell that they are painted. Which I didn't know that color came in painted. And then we have more faceted beads, faceted glass. This is just faceted glass. I don't know if you realize, but there is faceted glass that's smooth, like this one. I guess it's kind of made the way that Czech fire polish beads are made. It doesn't have sharp holes. Here's another one. This one is also just faceted glass. It's not the Chinese glass. The Chinese is the one that's sharp. See how the holes are rounded? It's just faceted glass. I think it's fire polish, and that's why they're not sharp. But I love that strand. It's very pretty. These are cool. Look at that shape. I wonder if these are vintage. They just look like they're vintage to me. Here's another bead. I actually have this in my stash in clear. And then we have, this is faceted glass. This is like an opalite color with a B on it. More Czech rondelles. I love this color. I wish there was like a billion of those in here. More Czech glass. Color lined clear. And a fuchsia pink. And then this here is vintage crystal. And there's also crystal quartz beads. These big chunky ones in here. This is crystal quartz, so it's a gemstone. It's not glass. And there's a few of them in here. In different shapes. They're like nuggets. See? Those are gemstones. But there's a bunch of... There's still more. There's another big one. There's a bunch of vintage crystal, Swarovski crystal in there. I think it's Swarovski. It's very, very old. Anyways, I'll have to go through that more. And here are some more Czech fire polish. And this is just a bag of the green ones. Different shades of green. It looks like they're mostly 6mm, and I see some 8 in there. And then more Czech fire polish. This is the smoky quartz color. There's also teardrops in there. It's very pretty. You can't tell though in that bag. That bag is dirty. This is the helix faceted Chinese bead. The holes are sharp, but they're still beautiful beads. You just gotta know how to use them so they don't cut your stuff. Oh, and this I think was a pendant. Wasn't there? No, there was not a bail. I thought there was. But I could easily put a bail on that. It looks like a strand of grapes or something, doesn't it? It's kind of pretty. I don't think I want to take that apart. I'll try and find something to do with that. Anyways, here's some yellow Chinese crystal. Don't really have yellow in my stash. There's brown. Here's some more Czech fire polish beads in black. 8mm, 10mm sizes. More faceted glass. We're still going. We have Chinese rondelles. Red Czech fire polish beads, opaque red. Oh, and there's English cuts in here too. So see right there, that English cut. So I'll have to separate those further. I'm going to be sorting beads for the rest of my life. There's more Chinese. And what is this? These are Czech rondelles. That's a gorgeous color. More Czech fire polish. Rondelles. And Czech fire polish shapes. And there's also like a rice shape in there. Some different shapes. Those are gorgeous. More Chinese. Dicones. Czech rondelles. These are helix. This is a teal. This is the Chinese bead again. There's different shades in there. There's rondelle, helix. There's the cube with the corner drilled hole. And these are more Czech fire polish. The color is epic. More Chinese. These are Czech rondelles. Wait a second. Are they Czech? No, I don't think these are Czech. This is just faceted glass because it's not as squashed as a Czech rondelle. Czech rondelles are very squashed, and these aren't. This is the faceted glass. I think I actually have those in my stash in orange that I got from Michael's many a year ago, a long time ago. This is Czech rondelles. See, those are more squashed, and there's AB finish on it, topaz. Those are beautiful. And another one of these beads. How many did I have of those? They kind of spread throughout. So I'm going to put all these back and I'm going on to the next bag. And luckily this bag. Here are some red beads. I think I have more than this though. I want to say there's another full bag somewhere else. Oh my gosh, there are some of the coolest beads in here. Okay, so first off, this here, this is a Czech button bead. These are expensive. And look at how many there are. When you buy these, you get like 6 of them, 8 of them on a strand. So if you ever see a strand with a lot of these on it, buy them if it's a good deal. But look at this color. It's a very dark red. A crimson red, is that what I would say? It is just gorgeous. I'm not a big red fan. I do like dark shades of red though, and this is gorgeous. I'm in love with this. This is an awesome find. I'm so excited to get those. And you know what I should do? I should put it in the bag as I go through it. Oh, a runaway bead. I think that's a coral bead that's carved. There's another piece. Howlite bead. This is cool. This is man-made. I think this is a reconstituted stone. Those are cool though. I like that shape. It's unique. This here, I don't know what this is. It's pretty though. Teardrops. I don't really have teardrop gemstones in my stash. Don't really have those. And look at these giant, huge. It's like those turquoise nuggets that I had earlier. It's like red turquoise, I guess. They're man-made though. They're not real gemstones. Beautiful coral. Remember I told you I had the coral teardrops. I actually think I have these in my stash though. I forgot about these in here. I know I had those on a necklace, but I think I have more of these in my stash. They're pretty neat. And these. Oh my gosh. Again, this bead, like that pink one I showed earlier, the rectangle one, these were everywhere. This is some kind of a gemstone bead. They're all shaped just like this. They're all shaped the same. But there is a bunch of them, and they were scattered throughout all the boxes and the bags. And this has to be a necklace that is broken and cut up. I found these scattered again throughout the boxes. I love these. I guess this is supposed to look like coral. This is Czech pressed glass. These are so gorgeous. I'm in love with these. I'm really excited about these. And again, it is a peachy orange-red color, I guess I would say. And those are just epic. I love those. This here is faceted glass. This is not Czech glass. I used to get a lot of this at Michael's back in the day. And these here are also faceted glass. Okay. But these are Czech glass. These little cinnamon bun looking beads. I bought these from Czech Beads exclusive. Yeah, it was a long time ago. In a green, like a chartreuse green color. And they had an AB on them. And I think it was like 8 beads for like 3 or 4 something. So those are pricey. And they are gorgeous in that ruby red color. Excited about those. More coral. Different shapes, nuggets and stuff. This is beautiful. This is faceted. I don't know what that is though. That stone. There's another peace sign. That was actually an earring. More coral, rice shaped. More coral. I have to go through this. 6mm, 8mm, 4. There's actually also pearls in there. It's a big bag of coral. I have like a huge collection of coral beads now. These are glass. These are lampwork. Those are beautiful. And this here, I think this is something collectible. This I found, I think with the Nepal beads. It kind of looks like a bobber to me, but I don't know what it's made out of. It's really interesting. It kind of looks like a found object. I like it. Oh, and here's a little mini version of it. So cool. More coral, but the chips, which I actually don't like these. I have a bunch of those in my stash. Little branch coral pieces. This is man-made. That's not real. You can tell because it's so square. See the shapes? It's a man-made. And that is a gorgeous gemstone. Again, I don't know what that color is. This here, I don't like this kind. It's like branch coral. These, they're so pokey and sharp. I really don't see a necklace being made out of that, being comfortable to wear. I think this is carved coral. And then this here is glass. Those are glass rounds. And this is glass. This bead's amazing. Look at how it's made. Gosh, I'm going to drop it. Look at the patterns, the color variations. It is beautiful. And we have some little things here. Oh, there's this bag of Czech glass. I gotta open this. So this is red jasper. They are pretty. This is Czech glass that I found. Okay. There's these Czech petal beads, which I've never seen. I think they're Czech. They look like they're pressed glass. There's only 2 of them though. I wish there was 6 pieces. Because I think I would need 6 to make a flower. But they are gorgeous. They're so pretty. And the color is not solid. See how it's like orangey, red? See what I'm saying? Hope the camera picks that up. They're very pretty. And there's these here, which I've only started getting these recently with a flower on them. These are glass Czech nuggets, I guess I would say. These are Czech drucks, and these are the biggest drucks I have seen. These are huge, maybe 12, 14 millimeter. And look at, again, the color variation in the bead. It's so pretty. More nuggets. This here, that's a Czech bead. That's one I have in my stash. I think I have in white with like a gold wash. And that bead there. It's like a giant seed bead. And just some other beautiful drucks and Czech shapes, discs. Very pretty. I'm like, I need to go very fast because I'm going to be here all day. Maybe I'm going to go on for a couple more days. Hopefully not, but it's like 3 o'clock already and I started filming at 1. But this is lampwork. There are gorgeous lampwork beads in here. Look at that strand right there. There's some really pretty ones. This is a big bag. It is loaded down. Some really pretty ones in there. A lot. This whole bag, I think, was lampwork beads that I had found. This is the beige lampwork beads, which I really like, the beige ones. I have a small collection of these, and the ones I have, I really like them. But there's like a oval strand in there that's gorgeous. Here's blue. And there are some beautiful ones in there too, as you can see. This is a very nice collection of lampwork. Here's more pinks and purples, different shapes, sizes, shades. I love the white and black stripes. They're so cool. I've used that there before to make a tassel. Mine was round though. But yeah, gorgeous lampwork. Here's some orange ones. I like that one a lot. Beautiful. There's a lot that match. There's like several strands of matching lampwork beads in here. So you can, there's a few there you can see. There's a lot of floral ones, which I really like. There's opaque blue. There's some more. I think those might be plastic. I don't know what that's in here. More lampwork in dark blue. This is another beige. I love these. This has swirls of brown. Kind of looks like it's candy or something to me. I love those. Green. More blue. This is like a Capri blue. Bunch of different shapes, sizes. These are enormous. I have to open this bag because this is just ridiculous. Just when I think that I've seen like the biggest beads, look at this. Look at how huge these are. They're just enormous. Now, I am realizing that I've been getting African trade beads. but they're not the really decorative ones in some of these hauls. And also I'm thinking I'm getting lampwork beads from India. So this is lampwork. These are not painted. That is the actual color. It's white glass with green specks on it. They're barrel shaped. It looked like it was something that has been a necklace or something that's broken, but I love those. They're very unique. So this here, I'm kind of wondering if these are like from India. Those are lampwork glass. Here's some yellow ones. Brown. Look at this strand. This is so cool. I've seen this bead before. I think I have like one in my stash, but that's a strand of them. They are like pinched at both ends, pinched like this on opposite directions. See what I'm saying? It's a really cool bead. All of these match. Those are lampwork cubes. I love those. Oh, this bag here is epic. This is lampwork floral, so there's roses on a bunch of these. The orange ones are pretty. I actually recently saw these somewhere and they were pretty expensive. They were really high quality lampwork beads that had the rose patterns on them. See? Those are not painted. Those are gorgeous. It's a really awesome bag right there. And then, like these here, I'm thinking these might be the lampwork beads are from India. They're really pretty. And look at these huge ones. They're gorgeous. Those are pretty. This one here, I think it might be from India. See how there's like color variations in the bead? It's not a solid. There's like lines and stripes. Or this one is the one that's from Africa, because the holes are so big and they don't have that white stuff in them. You know, that they used to make the bead. I kind of wonder maybe these are from Africa. Look at the holes. They're very beautiful. Okay, here's more. I think those are just regular lampwork. This strand is gorgeous. My favorite color. This is like the same exact turquoise teal color that's on the Wubbers pliers. And that is glass. That's not painted. Those are beautiful. Lampwork. Still lampwork we're going through here. This is more lampwork. Makes me think of the orange cream popsicles. I want one now. More lampwork. Tube lampwork beads. Turquoise colored. There's a mix of lampwork colors. White and gold. Blues. Oh, this bead here is my favorite one out of all of these. It looks like it's some fancy artist bead. It is gorgeous. This is probably the prettiest lampwork bead I have ever seen. It looks like pools of water. Like, this is deep in the bead. Hopefully you could tell on my camera. It is so gorgeous. It looks like tide pools in the sand. Oh my gosh. I love that bead so much. I need to like put it in a bag and wrap it in bubble wrap so it never breaks on me. Okay, we're still going. We have a few strands left. This one here, again, I wonder if that's from India. It looks like it's the same color. Yeah, it is, as that round one there. There's some more decorative ones. They're so gorgeous. This is a faceted lampwork bead. Almost looks like Czech, but it's not. You can tell it's not. It has seams on it. And here's more. Again, this green one, I think that might be from India. And I think that one's just a regular lampwork there. The India ones, I'm thinking, are the ones that have the color variations, where it's not opaque. See, this one's opaque. It's the same color all the way through the bead. But this one, see how you can see light and dark colors? That's the kind I'm thinking might be India. I don't know for sure, though. Here I have some black beads, and the next bag is going to be pearls. I got a ton of pearls again. I have a sandwich, or is it a quart bag of pearls? We have some more Czech here. So this looks like it's a broken necklace. These are gemstone. These are enormous. They are so huge and heavy. I couldn't imagine, like, there's another one of them. I couldn't imagine wearing this. I think this here just by itself weighs like a pound. They are beautiful though. Some kind of a black gemstone, maybe obsidian or something. This here is faceted glass. And then we have some like oval shaped, those are glass. I have to go back to that. Oh, is that the buttons? This here is faceted glass. It's not Czech. Michaels used to sell these beads like crazy back in the day when it had Bead Gallery collection. And it was not in the aisle, it was in the middle, like main walkway on a cardboard carousel like thing. That's when they first came out with their own line of beads. Michaels. Back in the day when I was a child. These here are glass. They are not Czech. They are gorgeous though. Here is smoky quartz. A big bag. I didn't go for that, so I don't know if that's all the same bead or not. This is a black chip bead. Don't know what that is. Oh, these are cool. Okay, let me go through these other ones though before I go into that. So this is Lampwork, and they're shaped like nuggets. They have really big holes, and I like those a lot. They would be awesome for knotting with. And then we have faceted teardrops, faceted glass. This here is a resin bead that has shell inlaid on it, and there's a hole on each side, so I can use this as a connector for a bracelet. And that one too, I would use these in bracelets. This is also resin, I believe. Yes, I think those came from something, but all of those are like resin with shell on them. There's another gemstone. These are actually beads. There's a hole drilled in them down the middle. This is a snowflake jasper, something like that. These are Czech. I have a bunch of these in my stash. Mine are purple with brown on the edges. Those are Czech glass. These might be gemstone. Those are gemstone teardrops. Okay. And that's glass. And that's vintage. Look at how old that is. Now this is bizarre. I have to show you these. We have to go through this bag. I thought these were beads when I saw the outside of the bag. And then when I opened it up, I realized they were vintage buttons. Look at this. It looks like a bead, but it's not. It's a button. Look at that shank on that. Isn't that awesome? I've never seen a button like this. It is enormous. It is huge. It's like a 16mm bead, but it's a button. It's round. It's weird that it's so round, but it has shank on it. So there's a bunch of them. Okay, so all of those are the same, just different sizes. Okay, and then there's another one. And then this is like a little strand of them put together. Okay, that one does have a flat top though, compared to, well, that has a flat top, but it's square. This here, I think these are Czech. This is a button. Look at that gorgeous design. Isn't that cool? This one here is my favorite because it doesn't have metal on it and it's just that glass shank there. I thought those were awesome. This looks like it's another broken piece of jewelry, but there are some really cool. These, I think these are smoky quartz, and I believe they are real. There's 3 of these. See the holes? I think I want to take these off. Maybe I'll leave these ones here on. These are like pinch bails. But I want to make bracelets out of these. This one here is missing one, so I'll definitely take that one off. But I want to put a cord on each side and do macrame with beads, because that looks like a really pretty centerpiece, don't you think? And there's 3 of those. And they go back in this baggie. And I love these. This here, I think this is smoky quartz. They're so gorgeous. So there's 2 of those, 2 of these. I think they're smoky quartz. So those are awesome. And then we have Czech discs, which these are hard to find, and I love these in my flowers. And then this baggie here, oh, this is just a mix of like remnants that I found throughout. That bead's neat. It's metal. Gemstones. This bag here is Czech beads that I found. And I gotta show you these, because I've never seen this one before. This is a Czech bead, and it has a flower pattern on it. And it has that, it's like carved, right? It's not painted on flowers. Now there is wash, of course, in the details of the bead, but look at how beautiful that is. I've never seen that Czech bead before. And then we have these little mini spirals, which I have these in the bigger size, but not this size. I've used them in a bracelet before that I did. And these here, these are Czech. And look at this bead. This is bizarre. This looks like the eye bead that I have in Czech. I made earrings with it. It looked like a fish to me, because the eye was not centered. It was off, you know, over here. It looks like a fish. So I made a fish out of those. But yeah, these here, these little twisted ones, look at that color. I've never seen that before on a Czech bead, so I'm thinking these must be vintage. Those are awesome. This bag here has some shell necklaces that I probably will take apart for the beads. And then we have a bag of head pins and eye pins in gold, and I see copper in here. But these are the paddle head pins, which I don't have, and these are usually made by hand. I guess you can buy them, but I always thought of them made by hand. So see how it has a little paddle there? Because what you do is you cut your wire, and then you hammer the end of it, and you go like this so that the wire flattens out like a paddle. And then this bag here, there's some goodies in here. I only saw these beads here one time, and I did not go through them. I was just grabbing all the metal things that I could find that were beads. And I don't know if there's pendants and charms in here. I think they're mostly beads. But this bag's very heavy. I have to show you this one first, because I saw this and I'm like, oh my gosh, this looks like stainless steel. And so I opened it and I found this bracelet. This is stainless steel. I instantly knew it was stainless by the color. Stainless steel has a dark color to it. It's not a bright silver, it's a dark silver, like platinum. And it actually says right here, and I didn't know it, I didn't see this, stainless steel. So I am right. I knew it was, though. I just knew it. But isn't that gorgeous? It feels amazing. It is so slippery and smooth. And I need to clean it up. It looks like there's something sticky on there. There was like a tape or something on it. Now this here is like a hematite, but it's man-made bead. It's a shell. I don't know why this bead's in here. Maybe I didn't sort through this. I just left this. I probably did. I left it the way it was when I found it. But those are cool. Aren't they pretty? I love those. This here again is another stainless steel bracelet. I'm so shocked. This one has hearts on it. And by the way, these are solid links. These are not hollow. This is a solid links. Okay, so you think you see sterling silver stuff like this, and this is usually hollow, but this is solid, chunky links. Now, I had a bracelet that has a clasp exactly like this. This is what it looks like with this chain right there, okay? And this was just a bracelet. It was made with this chain. All the links were like that with this clasp, and I wore it all the time, and I've had stainless steel for years. But last year I was wearing the bracelet and I was walking through my bedroom door, and I hit the bracelet on the door, the metal thing where the doorknob closes and then it goes into it, that metal thing that's in the door, you know what I'm talking about? Anyways, I hit that and I was walking through the door really fast and I broke the clasp. I think it was this piece off right here of this loop. So I can't wear it anymore, and I don't think anybody would fix it, but this is a lot like it. It just has hearts, so I was so excited to get those. And then we have a little keychain thing and some chains here, and it looks like there's Rolo and curb chain, and they look like good chains, so I probably use those. And we have a bunch of beads. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited about this one strand that I got in here because I don't have anything like it. Looks like it's near the bottom of the bag. Okay, so that's that. And we have some really cool, I don't know if these are supposed to go with the Nepal beads. See what I mean? It's hard to skip through this stuff. This here looks really old. Now, I don't know if that's a scratch or a seam, that line right there. But, it's cold. I think it's metal. These are hollow. I wonder if those are bronze, but they're not really thin, I have to tell you. They are thick. I can see the thickness of that metal. Those are awesome. So anyways, some of these I could tell are new, some are old. These bronze beads. Wow, that is solid. That's cool. But those are neat, huh? Oh my gosh, look at that filigree. Wow, I did not see this one. That is so pretty. There's a cone. Some neat stuff in here. Okay, we have some cloisonne. We have some copper stuff here. It's so hard to not go through all of them. I'm trying to make the video faster. There's copper beads in here, charms. I really didn't go through this bag either. Look at that. That's plastic, but it's copper coated. Those are metal. Those are heavy. Those are solid beads. There's really neat stuff in here. Little connectors, discs, leaves. The leaves are metal. There's just some really cool stuff. Look at, there's box clasps that are copper. I have never seen those in copper. There's some wirework stuff in there. That's a cool piece. It's just epic. Yeah. Okay, so that's copper. Okay, there it goes. And here, those gold ones, all of those gold ones, those are all plastic with a gold plating on them, but I have to tell you, I've said it before, they are some of my most favorite beads. They last a very long time. The color doesn't seem to tarnish as much, and it seems longer lasting than actual metal beads. So these are cloisonne. There's glass enamel on those. And then those are cloisonne. I've seen the blue ones before, but I've never seen that yellow one there or this red one. And let's take the red one out. What's on there? Is it a dragon? Maybe? Those are really cool. Okay, then we have some bindings for cords, jump rings, little binder ring thing, crimp tubes, which I need in gold, so that's awesome. We have some silver beads, earring bindings, which I have way too much of, eye pins. I don't know what these are. Are these stick pins? They're very pretty. Maybe? I don't remember seeing those. There's chain. That's a gorgeous chain. Is this sterling? Because it looks like it's got the fancy end there. It's just missing a clasp. I'll have to look for a stamp on it. And then more chain, metal beads. I have sterling silver beads here, but I don't know if they're in this bag. I think it's in the other bag. These might be sterling though, these ones here, because they look like the Hill Tribe silver that I have in the other bag. I think it's Hill Tribe silver. See the little flower patterns? I have another quart baggie that has a bunch of stuff like this in there. So I think that these might go with those. What do you think? You guys think those are Hill Tribe silver? I'll show you the other bag later. They have beautiful patterns on them. Tubes. There's another one. Here are some pretty bronze beads. Filigrees. More bronze. This strand, there's a price tag on it. It was never used. This is so heavy. It says $15. This is real bronze disc beads. They're shaped like this. They look like they're textured on the sides. These are not hollow. These are solid. These are not plated. These are actual solid brass beads. They are so expensive. I've tried getting these before and I've only seen them on eBay and I think Etsy. Do you see what I'm saying? It is so heavy. It's like crazy. Like picking up, it's like, no way, that is so heavy. So I'm really excited about that strand. Okay, and then I have some gold beads that look like melon beads. These are heavy. These are hollow, but these are very heavy. So I think those are vintage, and they're probably not going to tarnish if they are vintage, because they would have tarnished by now. We have some silver, 4mm, 5mm, 6mm. Those are heavy, but there is a lot in the bag. There's a chain. Here are some bicone. These look vintage to me also. Bicone shaped metal beads that have texture on them. There are some gold. These are very heavy. These look like they're nice quality. They look like they're seamless. There's a Czech leaf right there. That's cute. They look like they're seamless and they're very heavy. Okay, and now I don't know if she put all of the sterling silver stuff in just the one bag or if there's some in here, because those ones I had earlier, the two ones, they really did look like Hill Tribe silver. Oh my gosh, I did not go through this bag. I wonder if there's going to be gold in here. That sand dollar, nope, maybe not. Let's say that sand dollar looks gold. That heart, I question if that's gold. It looks like there might be some bronze spacers, not many though. I would have to look through here. I found actual real gold in a few of the hauls that I've got. They had the stamping 14 karat gold and 10 karat. Anyways, I'm getting distracted on this bag. So that looks interesting and cool. Here's more silver beads. I wonder if those are the same ones. And then, oh, these are old. Oh wow, that's really old. That's a pendant. It's a little corroded. You know, this is actually a thing though, to make stuff look like it's very old. That one's too small for the bezel. There's some neat stuff in there. Okay, and we're still going. There's still more. I'm running out of space. And my box still has stuff in it. Here's more gold ones. These look like they're really good quality. I don't see seams on them. They're heavy. So I have 2 of those bags. That is all 24-inch chains. Wow. Ball chain. Binder ring things. I use these to hold strands of beads. Now this is for a clasp. That's the end right there. I've never seen them though like that. I didn't know you can buy them like that. That's the clamshell tips. Here is head pins, 100 pieces it says. Those are very thin gauge, so I can use pearls on those. These look vintage. Gold, metal bead. Oh, stardust. I think that's what it's called. That metal bead right there. Those are pretty. I have those in silver in my stash. Earring findings. It looks like there's some really good quality ones in there. See the fancy, it's hammered. Oh my gosh. Whoa. I don't remember this. This is a vintage box clasp. And it is in perfect shape. That's awesome. That's really good quality. Look how nice it is. It's a little dirty. If I clean that up, it would look really pretty though. But it's not discoloring or tarnishing. Some more. Oh, those are rondelle shaped. I like those a lot. There's a bunch in there. And oh my gosh. Are these textured jump rings? Yes, the bag's busted. Darn it. So there's a lot of busted bags. I'm happy that I did go through this before I filmed it because I probably would be here forever. Those are crimp covers. And this is a magnetic clasp. I remember seeing this. This sucker is so strong. It's supposed to be silver, but it tarnished to this dark color. But I like it. I still like it. It's pretty. It kind of looks like a bead. And we have more metal beads. Those are cubes. And crimp covers in copper. That's awesome. And the wire protectors in gold, which I did not have in gold. Okay, so we'll put everything back. And I'm running out of space. But I still have more stuff in my first box. I haven't even moved on to another box yet. So hopefully I don't have to do a lot of videos. I don't want to do a lot of videos. There are pearls here. It looks like those are in a bag. Let me see. I'm just going to take all these bags out and see what's left. Oh, there's Swarovski bicones in that little dangle there. So this is a mix of pearls, and I have to tell you, it's a nightmare sorting through pearls. I don't know if you've ever sorted through pearls before, but it is not fun. I would hate to be one of those people that have to match the pearls together to make a necklace. I would just lose my mind. So in here, there are freshwater pearls, and there's also glass pearls. So see, that's a freshwater pearl. And there's different shapes. We have that peanut shape there, but this one's a drop. See the holes at the top? So there's a lot. And they're all like pretty close in color, so it's going to be hard to sort through all of those. But I'm pretty sure I'll find some nice ones. That's a nice one. Oh, we have some matches already. Those are big right there. So I have to sort through all of those, mix of glass and freshwater. And then this, what is that? Is that, well, there's a tag on there. What the heck? What the heck and heck? Does this say $350? There's no way I would pay that. I was fixed to say these are my least favorite pearls. So it says it's faded. I see pearls, 14 karat, like 14 karat gold. I can't understand the top word at all. Cannot make that out. The back has a number 0245, and then the bottom says $350. So I don't know what that's about, but I do have a lot of these in my stash, and I didn't think that they were like the greatest quality or anything. Okay. So that's weird. This is a mix here. I like this color mix. Look how pretty that is. There's fresh and glass pearls in here. Freshwater and glass pearls. I was going to say glass water. Freshwater and glass water pearls. Yeah, some of them are banged up, like that one there, so I'll probably toss that. But, yeah. There's a lot here. Oh no! We have another broken bag. Darn it. These are... I think these are glass pretending to be fresh because the hole is pretty big, and I swear that's paint right there. Yeah, I don't think that those are real. I think those are freshwater. And, or glass, I mean. I think those are glass. And then this is mix of glass and freshwater, so I have to sort through those. So I have to sort through like all of these, it looks like. That's a beautiful color mix. Isn't that pretty? Those are glass, but there's also copper 6/0 seed beads in there. And then these here, these are weird. These weird pearls are pricey. Oh my gosh. They kind of look like legs. Yeah, I think I would put these into earrings. No, they look like chicken feet. Yeah, that's what they look like. They look like chicken feet. Now I don't want to wear them in jewelry because they look like chicken feet. Those are strange. They're cool, but they look like chicken feet. Okay, and then those are real pearls. Freshwater, there's seed beads in there. And then this bag here looks really awesome. Are these the same exact? Yeah. Those are the same beads. I see some really pretty egg-shaped ones in there. And you know, you're always going to look at the hole. Because, like, you'll find the egg-shaped one, right? You have to see, is it drilled from the end? Because you'll have some that are drilled from the middle. The hole will go through the middle, or just through the tip, so it's like a drop. So you just have to pay attention to that. And also I find when I sort through pearls that it's good to put them onto a needle and put them next to each other on a needle, because then you could tell if they're like matching. Those are perfect. Okay, for the end. So this is a bag of tassels. There's some really pretty ones in there. I like the metallic ones with a metallic thread. And then this, I don't know what this is about. Maybe this is like a purse charm or something she threw in there. I've collected stuff like this for years from thrift stores, from purses. There are some acrylic beads here. And I just tossed these into this bag, but there are some really pretty ones in here, I have to say. And I love those. Those are some of the prettiest ones right there. And I would like to go through it with you guys, but we are going to be here forever. We have to speed up. This bag here is of bags of like mixed colors that I found. So I just put them together because I actually have a box, a storage box in my beads where I have mixed bead colors like this. So these will probably go in that box. Unless these are wood. They kind of look like, this looks like a mix of gemstone, wood, and maybe coral. I don't know. Maybe they're not supposed to go together. She just mixed them together. This here, I don't know if that's glass or gemstone, but they are pretty nuggets. They're big. Here are some either acrylic or lucite flowers. That one says lucite on the baggie. The blue one's there. They are pretty though, and I do collect those. And this is weird. What's it called? Lava rock beads. I want to say that these are like lava rock, but maybe they're not. Maybe they're coral. Like, look at this. I think it's a coral rose. Right there's the hole. Goes up through the center. Isn't that strange? Like those. They're coral shaped, like branch coral, so maybe all of those are coral? Yeah, I don't think those are lava rock. They're strange though. They're strange beads. Okay, and then there's gemstones. This was like a bracelet. Looks like it's very old and falling apart. And cat's eye beads, different colors. So see what I did here? These are nugget gemstone beads. Bunch of different colors. Different shapes. Sizes. Howlite. Actually, no. This is howlite, but also nut. There's dyed nut beads in here, which I've never had before. I've seen them on lima beads, and they were very expensive. Tagua nuts, something like that. And when I finally was like wanting to go buy them and I had money, they were all sold out and they never got back in stock. So I don't know what the deal is with that. This here is more colors, glass beads, gemstone chips. Looks like a lot of carnelian. This is Milifori glass. And then we have to go through this bag because this is Czech leaf and flower beads. And these are my favorite kinds of beads, so we just have to go through them. Okay, there's a bunch. So look at this. 9mm Czech leaves, 6 pieces for $1.20. That price. And this here is the petal bead. I've done a tutorial, few tutorials with this bead and flowers. There's a bunch in there. Looks like there's also a lampwork leaf. Gorgeous. And then we have all of these bellflowers, flowers that I've never seen before. Look at this one. That one has an air bubble that popped. But they're so gorgeous. Look at this leaf. Different colors. Very beautiful. That's a petal. Pick some up. There's Picasso. That one there's an expensive one. This is the color. Those white ones, those are actually Picassos. So this was an awesome little hoard of beads. I see lots of mates, so I'll have to match them up. See that one right there? It's a turquoise Picasso, but it has the purple on it. Bellflowers. And those are flower buttons. See, that's a button bead. Isn't that cool? I don't have many of those. And I don't see them very often. I don't think they make them anymore. Because I've never seen them for sold. That style, I have a bigger one, but that style, I've never seen that for sale. I've always found them in beads like this. Okay, we're almost through the first box. So this is the last few bags in this box. This is buttons. There's a bunch of buttons in here. A lot of flower ones. It looks like a bunch of colorful ones that like kids would have. But I would also have myself because I use these for stuff. I love that one. There's a few of those in there. That big pink one. It's so pretty. And then we have some jewelry that I found. Some of it's broken. Some of it's not. I'll go through it with you guys. Oh, there's also spacer bead. Is that what it's called? Spacer bead? Maybe it's not. What is it? Can't remember. Slider. Bead slider things. So this is a very weird necklace. Yeah, that's the bottom. These are acrylic. That's acrylic or resin. It kind of looks like resin. Yeah, it looks like resin. Because I've done resin, and that's what resin does in your portrait mold. But that's a weird piece. I don't know about this stuff. That's fine. And then that's a stretch bracelet. Oh, I forgot about this. This is a bracelet. Magnetic clasp. It's pretty large. And these are Swarovski, I think. No, they're not. They're very sharp holes. At least that one is. Is the tiny one Swarovski? Nope, both of them are not. But I'll have to take that apart. It's actually falling apart. Okay. And this is cool. This is a wooden bracelet. See the rings? Like, it's discoloring. It's old, but I think it looks really cool. Wooden links. And its little charms on it. It's a American Eagle, I think. Here's a pearl. Those are plastic pearls, but they are pretty to be plastic. Yeah, look how pretty those are. Those are plastic, and they look like they're really nice glass. This, I think, is glass. These are very gorgeous. Look at the luster. It's a creamy beige color. And there's the clasp. Now it's missing the other end, but you know I have a bunch of like stuff like this in my stash, but I only have one side, so maybe I'll have the end for it. And pearl necklace. That one's kind of crappy. And then these, the sliders. I think there's two of these. These are from Michael's. I remember seeing them, and also it says Bead Gallery on it. And this here is a bangle, which is kind of cool because it's like sparkly and girly, but then it has these beads on it that give it this like rusted, rugged look. I don't know. Rustic look. It's kind of neat. I kind of like it, but I think I will take it apart. And we have this necklace here, which is kind of cool. These seed beads are Czech glass. These are the vintage ones. Okay. These are Czech. Yeah. This here, I guess those are gemstones. I don't know. This necklace is kind of neat because I could tell that it's very, very old. Because it's made with a Czech. And those are Czech fire polish beads. So I think it's pretty daggone old. And see this closure, how it's tarnished, believe it or not? I am going to hold on to this. This probably was silver at one point, but it has aged so gracefully that it is now a pretty bronze clasp. Oh, this necklace. This necklace is awesome. I don't think it's broken, but I like the beads in it so much that I'm probably going to take it apart, especially because of the gorgeous colors. Look how pretty. So this is made with that, I think it's cheap, gold string that you see in the craft section. They used multiple strands though, and they tied knots in between it, and it looks really good. Yeah, like the closure is tarnished, but the beads are so pretty. I love the colors. And look at that red one there with the bronze. So I'm probably going to take that apart because I love beads. And there's a puka macrame necklace. Oh, and that's an earring. There's only one of those. And I'm trying to figure out if I can reuse that for anything. I don't know. And here is a cute bead weaved bracelet. It's made with silver lined seed beads which tarnish on the inside, and they already are tarnished. And I don't know if these are Swarovski. I can't see the holes. I think they are. Looks like a Montana blue color. Anyways, moving on. There's some neat things in here. This necklace, it has a wooden heart and it's carved, and it looks so cool because of the dimples and the texture on it. And then there's turquoise. How did they put those on there? Is there bead string wire in this? Because that doesn't make any sense. Oh yeah, there's fishing line there. I'm going to say you can't put chip beads on cord. But I actually like this necklace. It's pretty cute, I think. A lot of people probably wouldn't like it because it's got wood on it, but I think it's cool. There's this one necklace in here. Is this it? Oh, yes. This one. So it has my favorite chain, the Rolo chain. It's my favorite chain. And it's a long, maybe 30 inches. Where in the world is the clasp? Here's the clasp, okay? And it has all these dangles, and I like making stuff like this. But there's really cool dangles here. There's this one that has the leaf, and I don't know what that stone is, but it is a beautiful gemstone. There's turquoise in this, and it's just really cute. I love. There's bone in it. That one's bone. That one's gorgeous. It's just really cute. That one's bone necklace, I think. Yeah, I really like that piece. And then chunky chain. Does this match that one? There's a name brand on this. I can't tell what it says, but there's bone in this. There's carnelian. Hey, hey, hey. This does match. Yeah, that's the same heart. They're just different colors. That's the same right there. I didn't realize that those were matching. That's cool. I actually don't remember the bracelet. So there is some, this stuff here is a little junky. Those are bamboo tubes. This is freshwater pearls. And I think this is a sterling silver lobster claw, but the rest I don't think is. And then this is awesome. This necklace here is so pretty. It has a magnetic clasp, gold beads with emerald green Swarovski, and I love the metal beads there. They're like really good quality. See how pretty? And this bead here is so gorgeous. Look at it. Now here's the thing. When I was spun it, I found out I was missing a stone, but I actually found the stone. I was so shocked. I found the stone in this hoard of beads. Out of all these boxes and bags, I found it. So I will be trying to fix that because it's just so pretty. Oh, this is the nut beads. I like this bracelet. So these are nuts. I don't know if it's the Tagua nut that's expensive and hard to find, but yeah, I think they're cool. They're pretty hard. I don't remember this necklace at all. That looks like all Lampwork cubes. And I remember this one because it has gemstones in it and it has Czech fire polish 8mm beads. That's a long necklace. Looks like a tangled mess. And we have some chain and these neat looking acrylic beads on those earrings there. So that. Okay, so let's go through this. This here is a acrylic tray that I had sitting on top of the box, and this is some stuff that I was trying to work on sorting and I didn't get to go through all of it. Some of this is kind of junky, but then there's treasures. So this bag here is sterling silver, And she said that she cleaned this. She tried to clean it the best she could before she sent it to me. This here is a leather, it's all tangled up. This here is a leather necklace, and it has a sterling silver clasp. I see 925. I thought it was stainless, but it looks like, maybe it's rhodium plated, and maybe that's why it looks like that. But it says sterling silver on the little tag. There's a little symbol on it. But this is beautiful quality. That's gorgeous. You can put big, nice pendants on here that have chunky bails. So I love the quality of that. So this here is all sterling. I don't know if I should dump it out. I feel like I need a bowl or something. A box. I have a little box right here. I'll dump the bag into this box because I don't want to lose anything. Now, I have not completely gone through this. My sister was actually digging for this. And let's see. We have some more leather here. It looks like a choker. That's a sterling silver closure on it. There's a chain. So much stuff that in the bag. This is pretty. This is marcasite, I think it's called. It looks like it's missing a few stones, but you really have to stare at it to see what they're missing. Like there's one gone there. Nope, there's one there. I thought I saw another hole. Anyways, that's pretty. It's sterling silver. It is missing stones. It is solid. It is very pretty. Wish it wasn't missing stones, but it's not that noticeable. Okay, and then we have, I think these are Hill Tribe silver beads. Wow, these are folded like little origami papers. Do you see that? It looks like it's a sheets of metal that's been folded like origami. So I think this is the Hill Tribe silver because of the pattern that's on the bead. So that's a strand. Looks like some are missing off the strand. Okay. And then here's another one. And these were in that bag that I had earlier that I was curious about. Tubes. So I think that bag was supposed to be in here. This is a bent earring. I have so much sterling silver stuff that needs to be melted down. And I don't even know how to go about that. Do I go to a jeweler and ask them to melt it down for me? I have no idea. But I do have a lot of it. These are so cute. It looks like a gourd shape. I do have like a little obsession with beads that look like gourds and pumpkins and melons. Aren't those cool? And there's more throughout here. I can see there's the rest of the strand, but they're also scattered throughout here. So I'm probably going to take those off the strand and collect all of them. They're actually pretty hefty. Those are so cute. But let me know what you think. Do you think those are Hill Tribe silver? Because I've never really gotten into collecting those or anything. Now this here, I saw this. My sister thought it was a pendant, but I think it's a broken earring. It looks like the post is gone. This is a sterling silver and it's gold plated. But the only thing I see wrong with it is that it's missing the post. But the rest of it looks fine. But because of how the hole is back here, I am wondering if I can turn this into a pendant, because that is cute. And there's only one of them. Oh, that's a button. I have buttons like this in my stash, but mine are Rivolis. This is a different shape stone. I don't know what that stone is. This is sterling silver, and all the stones are in it. Yeah, I think it's sterling. It might be rhodium plated though, because it just has that shining look to it. I don't know. These are cool. So those are probably Bali beads. There's some more. I love those. Look at the fish! This is sterling too, yes. Right there. Little stamp right there by his tail. So that's a sterling silver bead. That's so cool. It kind of looks like a trigger fish. And then we have these. So I think these are Hill Tribe silver. Look at this. No way. Is that a rose? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I am so excited about this. So this is a shell, and it's kind of weird because the hole's not on one side, it's on both sides, which is weird to me. I thought it would just be on one side like a natural shell, but it's on both sides. So there's a heart bead, and I'm really excited about this here because I love roses. Roses are my favorite flower, but my favorite one is the light pink one. And that is just so cute. Now I don't see a stamp on it, but it looks like it's really well made. It has a thick bail. But I wonder if that's Hill Tribe silver. I did not know that was in here. Is this broken? I really haven't gone through this. My sister went through this bag. So there's the clasp. And it is bent. There's another bend. 3 bends. That's long. I think that's longer than 24 inches. I have a snake chain, that's what that is, in my jewelry box that I wear. And I'm not crazy about it because they do get bent like that. I think mine just has 1 bend in it though. Those are more. There's more beads. There's a ring in here. Yeah. It's broken and it's missing the shell. But how many hearts are there? No way. Did I put the heart in there earlier? Not the heart, the flower? There's 2 roses. Where did the other rose go? I don't remember if I put it in the bag. I think I did. Yes, there's 2 roses. Oh my gosh. They look different. Okay. Oh, they're both beautiful. That is so awesome. I'm so excited. Okay, so there's 2 roses. Let's see if there's any more. This is cute. Doesn't say if it's sterling. But that's cute. Oh, this is nice. This is sterling silver, CZ, so cubic zirconian. It's a little ring and it has cubic zirconian all the way around. And I don't see any missing. And we have links. And how many shells are there? I'm trying to, there's 2 shells. Okay, so if I'm 2 shells, every time I look at something I need to put in the bag. That's weird. Why is that in here? And more of those beads. Here's another chain. Wow. Oh, it is broken. I thought it wasn't broken. See, the clasp is broken. I have the good ones though in my stash, but see, it's kinked there. So this I would want to melt that down. And then there is a knot of chains that I have to get apart. That's pretty. Oh my gosh, that is so pretty. Look at that. It's not broken, but it is really small, and I don't like choker style chains at all. Let me see. I'm going to try to close it. It's sterling. That is so cute. You know what? I think this was gold plating with over sterling silver. Yeah, I think that's what that is. That is so pretty. It's really short though. It looks like it's 16 inches. You know what though? It has like a big jump ring on that side there. So I'm tempted to put an extender chain on it because I don't like chokers and I don't like short necklaces. I like a 20 inch, 24 inch, 22 inch. Those are my favorite lengths. I just don't like that feeling of being choked. So there's another snake chain. And what is that? Oh, that's for... There's a Chanel charm. Oh no, that's a Chanel earring. It's broken. Or maybe it's a charm. I don't know. Anyways, that's all tangled. Well, let's get to this. No way. Is this a match? No, it's not. I was gonna say. That's pretty. This might sound weird, but I had an earring like this. Okay? Like, this one's really good shape. And, I cut the back off because I only had one, and see the little holes in the sides there? I took wire and I passed wire through it and I wire wrapped it and I made it into a ring. It was an earring that was just like this. That's fake. That's very fake. Wow, look at all these beads. So I have to go through this to see how many there actually are. That's kind of cool. That looks like it's missing a stone maybe that was inside. But that's probably sterling silver, so that's why it was capped. Oh, there's two of them. Can't wait to collect all of these and see how many I actually have. But there is a lot. There's a bird. Oh, I just found the mate to that earring. Or is that the one I had? No, no. There it is. I have a pair. Those are pretty. I could see that this has the stainless steel post, so it wouldn't irritate my ears. But yeah, those are cute. Wait a second. Is this and this? No, these are different. This one's sterling, and that's just something gold. Oh, I love the beads. There's so many little things in here that I really, really have to look through to find it all. Here's a little elephant connector thing. That's cool. Oh my gosh, look at this little ring. Little ring charm, that's cute. It's a bunch of little charms and tiny little beads. That's awesome. It looks like I have to cut that string off. Hopefully I can figure out what that's about and reuse it. It's beautiful. Another little shell charm. Oh my gosh! This is sterling silver. This goes to that big silver ring earlier with the cubic zirconium. They're the same. One's just bigger. There's another little elephant charm. So cute. There's a box clasp. That's sterling. It says it on the back. But it's missing the thing that goes in it. Maybe it's in here. I'm trying to figure out what these are. What are these things? Okay, there's little word beads. I know that these are sterling. There is a bunch. I keep seeing L's and I's. I think that's coral. There's another elephant, but that one's a charm instead of a connector. And this looks like a ring that was cut. Yeah. Maybe it was too small. Well, definitely. I don't know if it's sterling. There's some really neat stuff in here, though. I think it's time for us to move on. Yeah, it looks like most of it is sterling silver beads. Okay, I'm gonna put that in there. Okay. And a lot of this stuff, like I said, I was trying to go through this. I swear that I kept finding more sterling silver stuff that looked just like the stuff in that bag. They were the Hill Tribe silver beads. Like this turquoise bracelet in here. Right here. The beads. These beads, I swear, were in that bag. So I'll probably cut that apart and get those out. And then look at this. I'm finding more metal beads. Those were in the other bag. So see, I didn't get to go through all this. Here's bead caps, filigree bead caps, and they're all really good quality. They're not tarnished. There's the leaf pattern ones. Big mix. I probably will sort through those. And those, I wonder if those are more of the silver beads. There's carnelian. That there is sterling silver. I see the stamping on the lobster claw. Oh, and this, I think this was sterling silver. This awesome chain here. And then we have some cool charms. I love that. And I don't know if that's sterling, but maybe I should reuse this box again. There's a little stuff in here. That's a Czech button. Yeah. It's an old one. It's just coloring, but it's still usable. It's not broken. Okay. Oh, there's some tiny stuff in here. We have some more metal beads. Here's another bracelet that has, it looks like sterling silver, the Hill Tribe silver on it. And this here, I think this might also be sterling silver. It looks like this is from a broken necklace and it was just saved, you know. But that is a hefty, awesome clasp. And we have some more stuff. More metal beads. These are the flatback stones and stuff. I'll probably use those for my sister's nails. She likes art on her nails. And just look at these beads. Those peanut looking ones. I think those are Czech glass, but that one there, that's a gemstone. And those are connections. And there is a Terra cast. I think it is. It looks just like the one I have. But I don't know if that comes in sterling or not. It might come in sterling. But I also found out that not all the designs you see in Terracast are made by Terracast. I found stuff that looked like Terracast, but it was sold by other companies. So I don't think they own all of the designs they sell, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to dump this out. So yeah, there is still more silver in here. Right here, these are the same beads, they are just tarnished. She told me that she was cleaning them. And there's another one of those awesome ones, so that should probably go with the Napoleon, whatever it was called. One earlier, I can't remember the name. I told you, I didn't know much about Nepal. They were from Nepal. There's another one, that one's heavy. But, yeah, there's some cool stuff. There's a bunch of toggles in here. The heavy, thick brass spacer bar thing. There's some really cool beads. Vintage sterling silver. There's a bunch of Hill Tribe silver stuff still. So, yeah, we're going to keep going. This is still stuff I have to sort through. Oh! There's more stuff in this corner. Yeah. There's another box clasp. Chain. So I forgot about this one. I remember seeing this one. So it still has both of the parts, but the center is peeling, but I'm not worried about it because I have really nice actual freshwater pearls that I can take that out and replace that with. So I probably will fix that clasp up. Okay, and I found some really neat pendants. Do you guys remember the carved pendants that I've got in the past? Here is another one of them. There's dragons on this. It is huge, but the one that I got in the past is the same size as this. The one I have has like a Chinese coin in the middle with bats on it, and I didn't even know it was bats until later on. I actually found it on Etsy, a very similar one to it. But isn't that cool? I wonder if it's dyed, because I don't know if that's natural, that color there or not. This here is cool. I don't know what this is. Resin, maybe? There's monofilament on it, like this was on a tag. The you know, the cardboard tags, like Michael's. That is enormous. It is so big. And then these here, this is gemstone. I don't know if it's jade. They are beautiful. This is probably one of my favorites. This one and that blue one there, because look at this. There's a yin yang in the middle, right? But it moves. Like they carved this, and then they carved that piece in there somehow, and it's not coming out. It's carved like that inside. And there's a hole here and a hole there. So 2 connection points. And it's also double-sided. So this is probably going to go in a mala. I think it's so epic. And the color is amazing. And so we have these here. And these are all gemstone. Actually, this one might be glass. But that one I believe is gemstone. Okay, and this is carved. I think this wire is stuck in there. Oh, I see what's going on. This was broken, and they put the wire in there, and they super glued it together, but the wire is stuck in there. So if I'm going to use this, because it's been fixed, and did you know there's actually a glue called Bead Fix for gluing broken beads together? Because, you know, we have some gorgeous beads, and sometimes they break. And somebody invented Bead Fix glue. So I'll probably have to make wire loops if I want to use that. That's sodalite though. And then there's I think that's an agate slice, but it's carved on that side. Do you see that? It's pretty. And then that there is a cabochon. I don't know if that's Amazonite. And this here is some acrylic bead. And it's really weird. It's weird shape. It looks like a tongue. It looks like a blue tongue. Right, so there's some of the big gemstone pendants that I got. And I want to say there's more. And like I said, I tried sorting through this, but there's still more that I did not do. Okay, there is this bangle here, which my mom has already claimed. It's really pretty. It's made with memory wire, but if you look at it, see how they did wire wrapping on top of the bead, around the bead? I thought that was really neat. It's a little dirty, so I will clean it up. But I think that's really cool. It looks like it's so old. We have more beads. These are some dirty beads. Some might be junky, some might be good. And this here was like broken earrings. There's some really cool stuff in here, and then some of it's junk, so I feel like I want to go through it with you guys. So let's see real quick. Oh, so these are awesome. I think these are resin. It looks like this was a bracelet or maybe a belt, because I have found belts like these. I really like the green one. That's supposed to be faux tiger's eye. But, there's a bunch of them. Yeah, the green one's my favorite. And of course there's only 2 of those. But these are really cool. So there's holes here and here. So I could use this on a bracelet, but just use one of them, right? Don't use all of them. They're very heavy, so that's kind of crazy to think that that would be like a bracelet. Okay, so I'll put those back. And then we have like vintage clip-on earrings. And I've been seeing people post a lot of these on Mercari, and I never buy them. This is actual glass. It's cold. And this one's in really good shape. It's bright gold. There's no tarnishing on it. So I think if I wanted to, I can open all these prongs and use those little cabs as cabochons in my beading. But this is in such good shape, I don't really have the heart to take these off. So maybe I can clip this onto something, because I really don't want to ruin that. And these here I will take apart. These are broken. Those are just lampwork beads, but it's kind of neat that that's done with wire, and somebody figured out how to do that with wire when it looks like it's woven with beads. And there's a really old pendant. It's corroded and rusty, but it's still cool. And I can't believe that that's actually really popular, but it is. I've seen a lot of people trying to make stuff look rusty. Mostly the crafty people are doing it. I don't remember seeing these. Those are neat. They're so lightweight, but they're metal. Okay. And then there's another one. That's a cab, and it's broken. But if I can file that back to make that smooth because it's sharp, I would then bezel this. This is resin. Or I just completely open it up, but I might risk scratching the cab. And this one here, I would totally just break that off, cut that off the back, and then I would put this into a bracelet because there's 2 connection points. You can't see it, but that, because the piece is covering it, but that would be great for a bracelet. Same with that one. I used to do stuff like this all the time. I feel like I'm going into my history of jewelry making. Wow. That one's really neat. This is like that weird pendant I have in my stash. I've never shown it to you guys, but it's really darn old. I found it at a yard sale. There's another one. What is that? That is not an earring. That is way too thick. That's cool too. I just have to clean it up. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's glue. There's like jump rings on it. I find stuff like this at thrift stores. I used to do it all the time. I used to go buy this stuff all the time and take apart, make jewelry out of it. You'll find some really cool, unique stuff. Now, I'm sad about this. This is missing stones, but that would be so gorgeous if they weren't gone. Yeah, I really like the detail on that. Bummer. Oh, there's actually a lot of those blue pieces. I bet these are probably from a purse or a belt. Because of the pins. Was this like a brad? You poke it through and you open it up. I've used to take stuff like this apart, so I know. Those are sliders, and I don't remember seeing those. There's that stone that's missing. There's another one. Okay. So that was kind of junky. I didn't have to go through that, but it is neat to see that stuff. Make jewelry with it. This here is also kind of junky. This here is from a hair clip, and it was taken off, and maybe the hair clip broke, but I have a whole bunch of hair clips. Here's one right here that I leave in my drawer, so whenever I'm thinking about designing one. I could attach this on if I wanted to. I could glue it, which I'm not crazy about, or I can do wire or something, but I don't know. Maybe I'll think of something else to do with that. It is just totally covered. I can also open the prongs up and reuse the stones for something else. It's very pretty. You'll definitely find a reuse for this. Yeah, this lady that had this stuff was like me, because I would totally hoard that and try to make something else with it. Oh, and also I realized this here, these are from shoes. I know this because I've done the same thing. Go to Goodwill and you'll find shoes that have stuff like this on it, and you cut it off and you make jewelry out of it. Now, one of them is missing stones. This one's missing stones. This one's missing one stone, it looks like right there. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this here for parts, especially for other things. You can't even see what I'm doing, can you? I'm going to save this for parts, and I'll take the stones out, because all the time I find stuff like this that needs a little repair, it needs a little stone. And I could tell this was on shoes. This is probably the top strap of the shoe, but I plan on cutting this off, cleaning this up, and I would totally make this into a necklace. I know it might sound crazy to some of you guys, but look at how beautiful it is. It just needs to be cleaned up and have a little bit of a repair. And I'll check all the prongs on them and make sure that all the prongs are closed and not opening. And yeah, we will give this new life. And I cannot believe, by the way, these are all glass. Those are all rhinestones. Those must have been expensive shoes. And this here, this is some kind of a weird clip. I don't know what this is from. It has a hinge on it. But I think that's cool. I thought there was two of those, but maybe not. And this here, there was something else that was on this and I pulled it off and tossed it. It was like a flower or something. But I thought I could reuse that part there for something. Maybe a beaded flower or something. And I think that was a closure. And that's like a buckle thing. There's a bunch of like rhinestone stuff. That's a slider. Charms, more sliders, Chanel, maybe earring. Yeah. So just a bunch of neat little parts. Look at this pearl. It's a loop that's open on it, but I couldn't reclose that. Okay, there is still more gemstone stuff, but first I was going to go through this stuff with you. Oh, I did not see that one. Anyways, we're going to go through the gemstone stuff after I finish this little platter. And I'm not going to go through all these bags, because some of you might find these boring. Okay. So here are some buttons. There's wooden buttons. There's a fish button. I think there's two of those. I love the fish. So cool. There's a coconut one that's carved. It is gorgeous. Other than just using that for a button, I would also like to use that in a bracelet or a necklace as a connector. And here's some more piddly little things I have to sort through. Beads and stuff. And what's this? Oh, metal buttons. There's some gorgeous ones here. There's vintage metal rhinestone buttons in here, which I have some from my grandma. Yeah, that's a button. Look at how beautiful. It's amazing that these are in such good shape. I will be putting these, look at that one, into their own baggies. That one's really cool. I love that one. Looks like a cowboy button for some reason. Yeah, so I will be storing these in their own baggies so they don't get ruined. Right now they're all together though. But yeah, love these. Good shape. That was a vintage one that was plastic there. Oh, I have 2 of those. Awesome. Those are metal beads. And, oh, this is an earring. And I have to point out to you guys, whenever you get an earring like this, right? That's the ear post on it, and we have one. Take the post and bend it into a loop and make it into a charm. That's what I will do with that one. Okay, look at that. That's a Czech glass button with a rhinestone on it. How cool. Okay, what else we got? There's chain and a necklace, and I do wonder if that one chain in there, that big link, is sterling. Here are some charms. These are cute. There's some sterling charms in here, so I did find sterling scattered throughout all of this, so I kind of need to put it together. This is sterling, this little purse here. Right there, $9.25. And I thought this was awesome. This is sterling. It is dented, but it's still cool. And I really like that. I wonder where that's from, because it just looks like it's not from around here. There's a drop, a crystal drop. I just got those. You guys remember? That's an awesome connector right there. Seahorse, little fish charm. Just a bunch of cute stuff. This says sterling on it, and I think that might be glass. It's so pretty. It looks like a broken earring, but I could totally bezel that. Yeah. And is that Larimar? Yes. Is there a pair? No. Let's try to find some use for it. That's also sterling. Abalone shell. And then we have one bag left, and then I'm going to go to other stuff. In here there's a hair pin. There's huge pendants. There's big charms. There's a gorgeous leaf charm there. More sliders. Some buttons. I don't think I'll take all of this out. There's beautiful leaf pendants. Hair, the hair clip thing that I just showed you earlier, but a smaller version of it. Look at this. I swear Lima Beads sells stuff like this. These rustic charms. This is bone. Carved bone. That's a slider. There's another fish button in there. There's actually some turquoise beads. One of those spike ones I forgot earlier. Anyways, just some stuff that I will be repurposing and using in jewelry. But that there is pretty much all the stuff I just showed you in that tray is like the same stuff that I used to go get from Goodwill all the time. Okay, now we're going to Gemstones. Oh my gosh, this is what I was talking about earlier. So see this? These are all turquoise cabochons. Teardrops, squares, ovals, circles. It's just a big mix. I actually thought I saw some garnet. I don't know if it's in this tube or somewhere else. But look at that. I think they're real. Now I saw Rio Grande somewhere, a label somewhere in here, and I was wondering if these were from Rio Grande, or maybe she saved these off of something. I don't know, but I do believe that they are real turquoise. I don't think that those are man-made. So that's epic. Here are more beads. Oh, this is gonna be messy. Where's my box? There's Sodalite. I like those a lot. They're so chunky. And this here is unopened. Yeah, there's a seal on it. So see, there's a plastic seal. I didn't open it. I didn't want to lose any of them. It looks like the container's cracked, but see all those disc beads? I use those to make flowers. I'll put a picture up now of the ones I'm So yeah, that looks like it's probably an awesome mix of Czech beads, and I love that teal color. And we have lapis, we have some strands here. I don't know what that bead is. That's glass. That's neat. Here is a, oh, I thought that was a charm. I think these are agate slices. These are awesome, and these are pricey. Those beads are expensive to get. Some more sodalite and lapis. These are agate. Those are drops. Lapis, sodalite, sodalite. I don't know what that one is. This is a weird bead. It almost looks like it's bone. And like it's carved or something. Right there. It makes me think it's bone. It's like painted. I don't know. There's 2 of those. Cat's eye beads. There's 3 of those. There's more lapis. I like it when I find lapis that has a lot of pyrite in it. It's like there's metal glitter in it. There's some more. Looks like I have to sort through that bag. And this here, these little beads are so cool. These are Czech pressed glass. Do you see those? I see them in a few sizes in there. I've never seen that shape before. They gotta be vintage. Yeah. There's some neat beads in there. Oh. Is that rondelles? Let me just check real quick. What's in this baggie? Yes. The melons or pumpkin shaped beads. They're dark blue. They're so gorgeous. There's a flower in there. I love those. This is an awesome little bag. And those are glass. Those are very unusual. Those are Czech. I was gonna say, that's a weird lampwork bead. Those are Czech. See the quality? They're melons. They're huge. And then we have Czech Drux, those dark blue ones. And some other Czech gemstone beads. Cathedral beads. Okay, so there's more blue in those turquoise beads. And we are just scraping the surface of this box. Let's see. Here's green gemstone. I don't know if I need a box for this one. So this I think is man-made howlite in green, but it's like green turquoise. They're really cute. I love those. And something, I think those might be Czech, the tubes. The other ones look like gemstone. And this bead is clay. This is in the wrong bag. I found a bag of clay beads in here. And I think that's supposed to be with it. My aunt made stuff like that. Is that clay bead there? These are gemstone. I don't know what that is though. These are Czech. The fancy cathedral ones. The really fancy, hard to find ones. These right here. These are so hard to find. And they're expensive. But look at that. All of those are Czech. So I just put those together. Need a bigger bag. Beautiful though. These here. I love these. But I don't know if they're real. Are these green turquoise? I don't know, but they are gorgeous. My gosh, are they gorgeous. And I love the shape. They're huge and beautiful. Here's more. A mix of a bunch of different gemstones in there, so I'll have to sort those. These are like nuggets. Again, I don't know what that stone is. I don't know what this one is either. I think that's aventurine. Looks like poor quality though, or it's just like really banged up. And then more strands. There's a bunch in here. A lot of these green stones, I don't know what they are. Is that serpentine? I don't know. There's different beads on there. Shapes. This is cool. Look at this. These are all leaves. And there's a bunch of them. And they're all different sizes. I think these would look cool with wire on them. Put wire through there, twist it, wire wrap it. That would be neat. I like that strand. Big chunky. And these, I don't know what this is. There's a few of these. Let me see how many I can find. Yeah, so if you guys know what any of these are, let me know in the comments. Give me the timestamp that you're seeing it at. Okay, there might be more, I don't know yet, but let's just lay them out and see. That one's shaped like a coffin. They're very gorgeous. I like the lighter ones. That one and that one. The color is so pretty. Aren't those cool? They're so big. I will probably use them in my malas. Although it looks like this might... No, maybe not. I was going to say it looks like it's supposed to hang this way. But maybe not. I also wonder, because sometimes you can buy... Like, see... There's some necklaces that you can buy that are like little puzzle pieces where you put them together. Do you know what I'm talking about? Lima Beads has a lot of them where there's special shapes that you put together and it looks like a puzzle. There's Unikite, and I can't remember what this one was. Ruby something, like that's supposed to be ruby in that bead, I don't know. But it's neat looking. Is this serpentine? There are turquoise nuggets here. I don't know if these are real. I kind of want to say they're not because of their color. But there's a bunch of those. There's this really cool strand. I like these a lot. Look at this one. I feel like I have to keep these together, and whatever I make with them, they have to be in the project like this. Like, I think it's going to have to be a necklace. Because they just look so cool, and I want to play with them. Because of the direction. It almost looks like a kite or something. I don't know. The weird. There's rondelles and faceted rounds, gemstones. And I feel like I don't know what really any of these beads are. These green ones. Is that dyed quartzite? I feel like there's so much quartzite. There's another strand. That's aventurine, I believe. I think there's some aventurine here, but I don't know what that is, unless that's jade. Here's some more. Is that serpentine? I think that's serpentine. More faceted rounds. This is cool. I don't know what this bead is, but it's really cool looking. And these are wire wrapped. Oh, I just have to close that. I thought it was broken. So the loop just opened. So I can reclose that and use these the way they are. I think those are really neat. I don't know what that stone is, but it looks so cool. So I'll try to fix that. And we have peridot, which is my birthstone, and I barely have any peridot in my stash at all. I have so much aventurine. That's a cat's eye bead that's shaped like a hourglass. I don't know what this one is. It's transparent. It looks like it's crackled, but it is a gemstone. It's not glass. And then I have all these loose green ones here in this bag. Here's teardrops. I think that's Indian agate or fancy agate. It's the same thing, all by two different names. And I'll dump this in here so you could see. There's more of those. I like those. That's dyed highlight. cat's eye. But there are some pretty green beads in here, and they're chunky. Shells now, but we still have a lot of gemstones left over in the box. But I saw these and I wanted to show you how beautiful they are. I'm gonna have to use the box again. There's a lot of tiny stuff in here. I actually have a pretty big collection of shell beads like this, but there are some unique things in here. Okay, so there's these. I have these. It's like a natural shape of the bead. They just like cut it out and they dyed and stuff. And this is the top of little snail shells. I have those in my stash. I have these in my stash. These are all dyed. They are beautiful though. Another pearl. And that's a huge bag. And here's more mother of pearl. Little pieces. Tiny pieces. This bead right here, see that? I have that in my stash. I only have one of them, and it's from my grandma. And it's actually two shells that are glued together, but it's like a resin glue. What's it called? Epoxy glue, I want to say. Because it's like permanently together. They're really cool. And here we have some donuts, flowers, cool connectors. I love stuff like this. Look at those pink ones. Some really neat shapes in there. And then here's more frames with the center holes. More of these. And this was probably a belt that was connected together. Because, like I said, I used to go to thrift stores to get stuff like that all the time. And you could find some really amazing stuff. This here I thought was really cool. These are sliders, which are for a stretch bracelet. I don't know if I have all of them. But this here is either bone or resin that it's on. I'm thinking it's resin, but it has the grain, the lines like it's bone. But that's probably really cool put together. So I'll have to see if I have everything. More shell beads. These are really nice quality. These are probably expensive. Look at those. The dark mother of pearl and the white. There's a leaf right there, teardrop shape. Those are gorgeous. More shell beads. That's a bead. These are getting popular. I've been seeing these a lot. See how it's little pieces of individual shells all put together? And I think it's on resin. It's so pretty. Now, this one right here, I have a smaller version of this bead. It's black resin with shell on it, but I think I have the abalone or abalone, whatever it's called, on the ones I have, and I made a necklace out of it. I'll look for a picture and put it up now. But yeah, how exciting is it to find stuff like this in here? Those are so gorgeous. Those are epic. I love them all. That's pretty. This is a really good hoard of shell beads. There's some more dyed. Those would look so cute on a bracelet. There's more. I might not have that whole stretch bracelet here. More shell. There's a star pendant. Beautiful. Look at that pendant. That one's epic. Doesn't this match that? No, close. But not really. More of those. I think I have those in my stash. Big mother of pearl shells. Look at this. Sounds like, yeah, there's a bead in there. A shell with the gold on it. Beautiful pieces. I love these. I have stuff like this in my stash and I'm obsessed with the shells like that. I have ones that are actual beads. And look at this. Look how perfect this is. This little flower, Hawaiian flower. Now, there's no hole in it. So, I'll have to figure out how I'm going to use this. I actually wonder if I could put seed beads in between and like bezel it somehow. I don't know, but I'm in love with that little flower. There's more of those. I wonder if any of these came off like a necklace or something. Look at this. This is mother of pearl shell on wood. This is another slider. So cool. There's another round one. That one's tiny. That's a button. That's heavy. That's a glass pearl button. That's vintage, and that's in really good shape. That's cute. Leaf. Again, another bracelet with that. But yeah, there's some good finds here. A moth or butterfly. Look at this. Bird. That is so precious. I guess I could say that's a seagull. Right? Good beach themed. There's another flower. That one has a hole in it. But there are some really cute stuff in here. Right? So I'm going to put this back in. Oh, I gotta show you these. Look at this. This is one of my favorite shells. This color. It's natural. This is undyed. Isn't that beautiful? That beige or the white, the cream color. So pretty. I love those. Okay, we're going back to gemstones, and we have white gemstones here, which are kind of hard to find. I don't see these very often. I'll dump this into the box again. I got little stuff in here again. This here is howlite, or what's the other one? Magnesite, howlite. I think this is the natural state though, or maybe it's man-made. I don't know. But I really love the oval ones. I like all of them, but the oval ones, they're really pretty. There's nuggets. They're cool. Okay, and then there's just like gemstones here that I've never seen before. I don't know what this is, but the color is beautiful. It's a creamy beige off-white color. I love that shape. And this here is glass. This is crackle beads, and this is what the crackle beads, those are shell. This is what the crackle beads looks like. So whenever you see crackle beads, unless it's Czech, but it's kind of hard to find those, most crackle beads are painted. So this is what it looks like underneath the painted. It is matte and it's clear, frosted, just like this. Now if you take all your crackle beads, and I've done this before, I actually found an article on Beading Daily. It was called Bead Torture, and it was talking about all the treatments that are done to beads and how you could tell if your beads are treated, and one of them was to put your beads into acetone. So anyways, I had a whole bunch of crackle beads, and they were like different colors, so I was like, you know what, I'm going to put all of those into acetone because none of them match, but I just want them to have them in their natural state like this because I think they look cool. So I put them in acetone, and all the paint came off, just fell right off, and they look just like this. Aren't they cool? I like the rondelle ones a lot. They look like gemstones. And this here's a man-made stone. So, reconstituted stone. So those are neat. And I love this. And what is this? I don't know. This is not, I don't think this is glass. I think this is a gemstone. I don't know. Let me know what you think down in the comments. That one there looks very much like a gemstone, and that one, is it crystal quartz that has been crackled? I know you can crackle gemstones because there's crackled agate, which they called dragon agate. Anyways, I love this. It looks like there's blue dye in it. Like maybe this was coated and then she did what I did and put it in the acetone to get the color off, to get the color of what the bead actually looks like. Oh, and look at these drusies. How many do I have of these? 3. Oh wow, I forgot about that. 4. So, the crystals, these are beads. And what I think I will do with these is put wire through these, do wire wrap loop, put the wire through, come out this side, wrap it around, or maybe, I don't know, maybe I won't do wire wrap loop. Maybe I'll put the wire through, heavy gauge, 18 gauge wire, maybe thicker, depends on if I can get to the hole or not. And I want to make a wire frame around this, and then do wire wrapped loops on the ends. That's my plan. But I would like to put them into bracelets and do macrame bracelets. I think they're really cool. And it's kind of hard to see, but they have these little druzy crystals on the top. Okay. And there's another one, chunky bracelet, or not bracelet, strand. These are acrylic, and I've never seen these before, but I think they're really cool. I think they would be awesome in miniature stuff. People that do miniature doll houses and stuff. I did not know those existed. And look at this. I think this is a lotus flower. Right there's the hole. It looks like it's a little dirty. It's chipped right there, but it doesn't really affect the beauty of the front of it. But I think that's pretty. And you know what I want to do to this, because it's kind of rough looking, I would like to clean it up really good. I'll probably get a toothbrush and scrub on it, get some dirt off. But I would like to do the gold paint on it. And I'm not talking about painting the whole thing. I'm talking about getting some gold acrylic paint, watering it down a little bit, pinning on, and then wiping off the excess with a paper towel, and the gold, the paint goes into the details and makes the design stand out, because right now it's just a blur. You can't really see how beautiful the pattern is on it unless you look really close at it and you stare at it. But yeah, I've done that several times already, and I think I might do that to that. And is this glass? I think these are glass. Brelets. And this is cool. You know what this is? This is man-made calsilica, I think it is. Usually I see this in like rainbow colors, in white, black, brown, but I guess they also have it in white and black. More halite, man-made, but those are so cute. I like those beads. And this is Czech glass with quartz chips. There's a Lampwork drop in there, and rhinestone bead, and some faceted glass. Those are not Czech, those are just glass. And this giant agate here. This is a pendant. This is so huge. Look at this rock. That would be cool on a keychain. It looks like it goes to a necklace. I probably will use it in jewelry, but that would also be a cool keychain, don't you think? I like it a lot. This is cool. That one's awesome, man. I wish they all looked like that. It looks like there's pyrite in it. Doesn't it? A metallic. Pretty. This other actually looks like a flower. So I don't know what that is. This is opalite, which is actually not gemstone. It's man-made glass. But they act like it's gemstone, but I still love it. And I am so excited to get this many that are faceted, because I've been wanting to buy these. And I saw that they had them on Etsy. But I ended up getting them. And this hoard of beads. And they were scattered throughout everywhere. This looks like agate. Those are gorgeous. There's another. But there is the remnants left in this bag. That's pretty. I think it might be agate too. Okay, we are still going. There's still more gemstones. You guys, these haul videos like this are so exhausting. I feel like I'm on a bead marathon. Here are orange beads that I found. This is a mix of Czech glass. Those orange ones are Czech trucks. There is cat's eye beads. Those are glass. There is carnelian in here. And probably some other things. Looks like nuggets, rounds, different shapes. This is gorgeous. These are gemstone. Look how beautiful these are. Especially that one. All that color, the patterns. Those are gorgeous. And you notice that some of these are strung onto wire. Like, I would never think to do that. I would only think to do monofilament. There's chips. Those are pretty colors. I don't know what that bead is, though. Oh, look at this. This is a cornelian flower. Is that some kind of a lily? Peace lily? I don't know. But they are really pretty. It's a chunky rectangles. I like that color a lot. I like that color. Oh, and look at this. I think this is agate because of all the stripes. These here, I'm talking about these. I think these are agates. And these might be too. Or cornelian. One of the two. I think this is more of a cornelian though, isn't it? More of a translucent stone. Those are gorgeous. I'm really excited about all these big beads like these here. There's only a few of them, but I've really gotten into making malas, and these are perfect for malas. For the center, the big guru bead at the bottom. And look at this. This is a Czech glass. I've never seen that shape before. It is beautiful. So unique. It's gorgeous. Is that Czech? Do I have any more Czech? In the bag? No? I don't see any. These are the vintage rectangle agates that you see on those agate necklaces that were so popular. Like every time I get bead hauls like this, I find the beads from those agate necklaces. And the holes are always drilled crooked. So like if you're trying to put your string through it, you'll get stuck halfway because the bead was drilled from one end and then the other end, but the drill never met the line. They're always like this or something in the bead. I don't know. Just something I've noticed. That's cat's eye chips. More cornelian and stuff. This is Milleforty Class. This is just like that blue strand that I had earlier. But it's orange. The one I said reminded me of marbles. And look at that. That is a Czech rose. I've never seen that before in Czech glass. I've only seen those in metal beads. Or the acrylic ones that have metal platings. And these are triangle shaped cornelian beads in there. This looks like cornelian. This is a gorgeous strand. Those are beautiful. I love that shape. I don't have these shapes. Look at this. This is Czech glass. Another gorgeous shape. That's probably vintage. Remember, these beads I'm showing you are from someone who collected these for 15 years. So there's going to be a lot of goodies in here. Now, I've been beading for 25 years, which sounds really freaking nuts because I'm 32 years old, but I started beading when I was like 7 years old. So look at this. This is what I was talking about earlier. This is a crackled gemstone. This is dragon agate, which they treated it. That's why it's crackled. But it has druzy in the middle, and just look at how pretty that is. It is so gorgeous, the color. There's red, there's orange, pink, there's like a purplish ruby, like garnet color in it. I hope it's all showing up on my camera. It is so pretty. And these here, these are matte, but they have white inside of them. Yeah, putting up to the light. It's not recycled glass. It's just some kind of a fancy glass bead. I don't think they're Czech though. There is a gemstone. That's glass, and that's beautiful. Didn't I have one of those earlier? In another color? Was it red? I can't remember. I don't know what that is, but I love that peachy color. This is glass chips. Cat's eye beads. It's just glass. And orange coral. I don't know what that one is. I never see orange coral. It's always red coral or pink, and I even have blue in my stash, but I never see orange. Those are cool. Yeah. And I don't know what that rondelle is. I guess it's a gemstone. But, there's another agate. I don't remember those. Crazy. There's more orange coral. Okay, we are still going. There's still more gemstone beads. Oh, and I got some awesome bone beads. I guess I'll go to those next. I'm really excited about these. I have, I think, horn and bone in here. And I think I might also have ivory. So like bovine horn. And I think I might have had deer antler, but I'm not sure. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I'll have to see. Anyways, these here are bone. This is one bone, and look at how huge it is. I'm thinking, because I've seen lots of necklaces with bone like this. These are basically giant bead cones, and they go on the sides of the necklaces, and then there's multiple strands down here. Multiple strands of beads. And then they'll have a bigger bead at the top to cover the hole, and then they'll have, you know, the one strand going around the back. But aren't those enormous? These are so big. I feel like these should be a handle to something instead, because I don't think I would ever make jewelry with this. This looks like it should be a handle to a knife or something. It is like the size of the handle. So those are bizarre. And then we have dyed bone beads. These are yellow, which I don't really see these very often. Those were blue dyed bones. Again, most of the bones I see are the natural color here that I love. These are red. Those are bone, and they are carved and faceted. These are my favorite. This is what I'm always looking for. These actually look like Z beads. These are so big. Really cool. That one has a hole in it, or a bead in the hole. But there's these huge chunky ones that look like Z beads. I love these. Look at these. Now, see, this one here has the end caps on. The bead is hollow. See? And it's missing the caps. So hopefully I have them. Or you know what? Maybe they're not missing caps. Maybe these are the cones, like those blue ones were. So I'll see. Now this I think is horn. And I think if this is horn, this might be pretty pricey. The horn is usually dark. And then the bone is lighter, the white color. But look at those. This one there has some transparency in it. If it's not bone, it's resin, but I'm really thinking that it might be bone. Aren't those beautiful? That's such a big strand. Okay, so let's see. This one has caps. This one does. These two don't. So maybe these are bead cones. I will look and see if I can find the ends, but I think they might be bead cones for multi-strand necklaces. Those are so gorgeous. They're carved. I don't know how well you can see, but they are carved. This, I think, is ivory. It's in good shape. There's a loop there and there's one there, but they are so tiny. I would have to make like jump ring connection there. Yeah, I probably would instead of a chain because it's so small. It's pretty though. And then these, I think these might be the Tagua nuts. I found these somewhere else. They weren't in this phone bag that I found. But they kind of look like the Tagua nuts. I don't think these are bone. I think those are the really hard nuts. And this looks like fish scales. So, love that. There's 2 of those. Beautiful. Look at these. This is, I think, the Celtic Love Knot. Those are carved out of bone. Again, I would like to use those in a bracelet. This is some kind of, I think it's a bone bead. Carved. They're gorgeous. And then, you know, we have these round ones here. And I have one like this, I think, in my stash. That one has fish scales on it too. So pretty. A star, that's a pendant. These are bone. They're just dyed. These were bone. I found these with the turquoise beads, and I realized they were bone when I look at the ends. See, you can see the bones, the marking of the bones. The lines there, they're just dyed, which I don't usually see them dyed. They're usually, whenever I find these, they're in their natural color. I think that's wood. The wood flower. Hair in here. That is something when you buy used beads like this, someone's hoard, that I always notice. I always find other people's hair in it, which doesn't really bother me. It's just hair. I know a lot of people get grossed out by hair, but I always find hair and stuff like this. Maybe it doesn't bother me because I have pets, a lot of dogs and cats, and I'm just always used to cleaning up pet hair and, you know, cleaning up after animals. That human hair doesn't really affect me, I guess. Okay. So that was epic. That was a really nice bone bead haul there. And now we're going on to yellow beads, which she had a nice supply of yellow beads. I have a hard time finding yellow beads. Yellow is my least favorite color. But it depends on how I use it, and I do love pale yellows. I think they're really pretty, but I am starting to like colors like this more. I've been working with subscription boxes that have colors like this in them, and the more I work with it, the more I'm liking these colors. So these beads here are glass, and I was wondering if these are the African beads, because of how they're made, or maybe they're the Indian ones. Maybe they're Indian because of the lines. I don't know, but they're really unusual, really strange. They almost look like they're carved bone, but they're cold, so I know that it's glass. Anyways, I have these here too. I don't know what a lot of these Yellowstones are. There's like big nuggets in there. I don't think I put those in this bag. A lot of this stuff was already in bags. I just did a lot of separating it and trying to go through it some to see what I had, because I had to, whenever you buy something from a car, you have to rate the person. So I had to make sure that I was happy with my order, but I really don't think that I could have returned all of this. So anyways, here's more. I like this shape. It's really cool. And there's a green bead in there. I have no idea why. I don't think I did that. Here's some more yellow. I think those are resin. Yeah. Teardrop shaped center drilled hole. This color here. This color. I love this. I don't know what this stone is though. Let me know. Do you know what this stone is? It's a pale yellow. It's like a beigey yellow, if that makes any sense. But yeah, I love that bead. It's definitely gemstone. They're so pretty. Oh, look at this. I don't know what this is, but it is so gorgeous, this stone. This is a beautiful teardrop. It's faceted so perfectly, it's almost like it's preciosa or Swarovski or something. It kind of looks like it's resin, but it's not. It's heavy. It's cold stone. Here are teardrops. I didn't know these were in here. I don't remember these at all. Oh, these are cool. Again, I don't know what these yellow stones are, because I don't really know anything about yellow gemstones. Look how teeny tiny the hole is. So small. See, I like wire wrapping stuff like this, and I would have to use a really thin wire in order to do it. Oh, back to the hair thing. Right there is a pack of beads that has a hair in it. See it? Going through there. Doesn't really bother me. I would say what bothers me most when I buy used stuff like this or somebody's collection of, you know, vintage beads and stuff is the dirtiness. Dirty beads. I wash them. Believe it or not, I will wash them. What I like to do is I get a big hand towel, I wet it, and I wring it out to where it's still damp, and I just put it out on my, because I have a glass top on my desk. I lay it out, I dump the beads on it, and I go like this, and I just roll the beads, and it cleans them. Or you can put them in water, but I have experienced sometimes doing that it could change your beads. It depends on, you know, what your beads are made out of. But, yeah, I like to wash my beads. I am not a dirty person. But I do like to junk pick. So I opened this because these are gemstone leaves, and I didn't see these before. Those are cool. That looks like agate. Yeah. So I have no idea what this stone is, but there's a lot of it. Here's more. This looks like the same stone. It's just a different size bead. So let me know if you know what that is. And those are probably sterling silver daisy spacers. Yeah, I think they are. That bead there's really banged up, but it might look better if I just wash it. Dirty beads. I like these. I'm starting to like this color. It just depends on how you use it. Peace signs, howlite. These are beautiful. I think these might be glass, or maybe they are gemstone. And they just have Aurora Borealis on them. Now that's citrine. That one there, that's citrine. Is this citrine too, though? Maybe? Yeah, I think so. I think I have it in different colors. I don't have it in pale. But I like those. I like nuggets. I like nugget beads more than I like the gemstone chips. Okay. And I love those rondelles. Those are Lampwork. Pretty. That's a gemstone. Okay, moving on. We have purple gemstones here. I didn't get a lot of purple. Look at these agates. Oh, I love agates so much. I think it's banded agate, right? When it has really big stripes on it. Isn't it called banded agate? They look like they're acrylic to me because they're just so perfect. And then this is a big strand. I like those. I think that color is beautiful. Amethyst chips. These are 3mm Drux. White and purple swirl. These beads are definitely vintage. When I was a little kid, I found some of these, but only a few of them. And like I said, I've been beading for 25 years. And 20 years makes something vintage, so they're definitely vintage. And I think this is dogtooth amethyst because of the white on it and the bands. Teardrop. And, oh, there's more in that bag. I don't know what that purple bead is, but I don't think it's anything expensive. I think it might be like quartzite, dyed quartzite. Those look like it. Cat's eye beads, those are glass. Amethyst rounds and some other purple bead shapes, gemstones. There's nuggets in here. Those are pretty. I don't know what those stones are. They might be dyed. I want to open this though and show you. Where'd that big stone go? Right here. This goes in this bag. So see, the amethyst that has this white on it, I actually don't have any of this in my stash. I think it's called dogtooth though, but it is so pretty, isn't it? Let's see if I can fit it all in the baggie. Or do I have to take out that big one? I got it. Other bag of gemstone. I think there's another one after this, or maybe it's just like a bag of brelets. And then we have clay beads. So these are some brown beads. There's some really amazing stuff in here. This is tiger's eye, but look at the shape of this. Where's the end at? Is this? What? This is a stretch bracelet? I didn't know that. That's weird to have a bead like this for a stretch bracelet. I wouldn't do that. I would. That's weird, huh? It just seems like it's messy and it's going all over the place. It seems very annoying to have that as a bracelet. But those beads are gorgeous. I thought it was a strand. This is red jasper. I like this rusty looking bead. Looks like rust. This is, I don't know what that is. They're pretty. They look red on camera, but it's not red. Or maybe it is red. I don't know what that is. That's not garnet. It's an orangey red color. There's some glass rounds. And we have sunstone. Is that what that's called? I know the name of this. I just can't remember it now. But there's rounds in there. And there is chips. That bag's epic. I gotta open that one. There's shell beads in here. I don't know how these got past me. Those should be with the shell. There is Czech glass in the beige color that I'm totally loving. This is my favorite. When I was talking earlier about my favorite shell beads, it's these right here. This natural, the creamy, it looks like caramel with the white pearl color. It's so beautiful. I love those. So there's shell in this bag and there is Czech. So of course I got more sorting to do. Sorting's never going to end. These are glass and they have blue speckled paint on them. And then this is more glass. These are painted beads. Rounds. These are actually very pretty. Big bag. And then this is like oddball beads, earth tones that are all mixed together. I could tell there's agates in there. Pretty. And then, oh my gosh, so I think these might be something fancy. Those are glass. Okay, and that's more fancy glass. Oh, these are Czech. This whole bag is Czech glass. So it's loaded with rondelles. There's some Picasso ones in there. There's like cube beads that have Picasso on them. Those peanut looking beads. So I do have those in 2 different places, don't I? And it's just, I think the whole bag is all Czech. Brown colors. Rondelles and stuff. That's an awesome bag. There's some pricey beads in there. Now this here, there's something cool in here. I'm trying to figure it out. This here. There's something special about this. I know there is. This has to be something ancient, I swear. I know that they go together. Either like this or like this. But I swear I've seen something like this somewhere. These are very, very old. Like, what are they for? Is it for a special necklace or something? Let me know if you know anything about this. But I swear I have seen these before. And these 2 beads are very, very old. Yeah. There's a book that I wanted to buy, but it's like over $100, and it identifies beads just like these 2 right here. Old beads. So this is awesome. This is cat's eye glass, and it is a pendant, and look at how beautiful. Isn't that beautiful? So pretty. And I thought this was neat. This looks like resin, and it looks like on the top there's a nutshell that's carved. Do you see that? On both sides. Almost like an acorn shell, but a harder nut, of course. Not an acorn shell, but that's what it makes me think of. And I don't know what this is. Is this the boulder rock? Kind of looks like it. Is this man-made? I don't know. It almost has like a holographic look to it. It's bizarre. Kind of like tiger's eye. What was the stone I got? I got a boulder. Something boulder in one of my hauls. And there was a $45, I think it was, price tag on it. So I also have it in these. This is the same bead. It's just different colors. Do you see that? It has that really neat, almost like fiber optic or like the cat's eye bead look to it. Beautiful. Anyways, I know there's something special about this. I swear I have seen those before somewhere. They're heavy. It's not wood. It's very heavy. It's some kind of stone. Okay, in this bag. I'm gonna close this one. Getting carried away. We are almost to the second box. I am so tired. My back hurts. Oh my gosh. So look at these. So these are agates, a little dirty. I gotta clean them. Look how the center's like that. So I think this is like a Z bead, right? All of these other ones are unique like this. So there's 2 that are big. They're so beautiful. And they all have the same colors in them. So I wonder if all of these came for the same, a piece of jewelry that was maybe taken apart. So here are smaller versions of that bead that you just saw. Okay. And then look at these. These are basically Z beads, but they're pendants. And there's something written on it in Chinese or Japanese, and I don't know what it says. But they are so awesome. And I do believe they're agate. So then there's a teardrop. This one's transparent too. It's a dark transparent brown. That one's faceted. They're so beautiful. Now I didn't realize these here until I looked closely at them. But these are Z beads. And look at the pattern that is on this. There's a yin-yang right there. Isn't that cool? So they do a treatment to this with heat, I guess, to get that designed to stay on the stone bead. But those are so cool. I've never seen a Z bead in that shape. And then there's these faceted ones here. Again, I love these. They're so chunky. They're beautiful. Those two have the diamond. See that? So these two are pairs. They have huge holes. And then those two are pairs. Yeah. And then there's 6 of those. So it's like, is it from a necklace? I don't know. Anyways, I'm in love with those. Those are amazing. Okay, here are some brelettes. I think I have gemstone hand glass here. And I'm going to try not to go for the bags. I have these in my stash. These are glass. I got them from Michael's to make my flowers. I think I used them. I can't remember. This here is a mix of gemstone and glass brelettes. Oddball ones. They're pretty. And they're great for doing charms and stuff. I don't know what this bead is. It's some kind of a gemstone. It is gorgeous though. I've never seen this color, and how do I even describe it? I guess I would say it's gray, but light gray, but it's also like opal, like opalite. It's bizarre. There's different sizes in there. This is also amazing, this green one. I love those too. And then there's black. I think those are glass. Yeah. And then more brelettes and teardrops. Oddball ones. And then I think those are Czech glass. Pink. Milky pink. Okay, there's one bag left. Oh, there's this here. I don't know what these are. I guess these are for doing crafts. I think she's also a crafty lady, which I kind of am too. This bag here is a sandwich bag full of clay beads. And this is probably going to overflow my clay bead box, which I think this whole bead haul is making all my boxes overflow, really, when I think about it. But I have a box that just has clay beads in it. Ceramic and other kinds. Okay, so there's these here, which I see these all the time on like the Jesse James bead strands. I like these ones a lot. They're so cool. Okay, and then I swear that that's aluminum on those. But those are cool. Okay. And then these are in here, but these are glass. These aren't clay. These are hand painted. And I was wondering, are these from Joann's? They are very pretty. That one has a bird on it. So see, the back's white, but the other side is painted. So I'll have to find something to do with these. Maybe have these be like a pendant. I think they're neat. And then this is ceramic brown. Different shapes. And then we have orangey red here. Ceramic. And there's some discs. These I guess were on a bracelet, because right there is a, see the button? Isn't that cute? I think this is polymer clay leaves. And then we have ceramic green teardrops. More red ones. And these are the ones I see all the time in Jesse James bead strands. These here. And then these are clay. They look like they're handmade, and they're painted gold, but it looks like a vintage gold. those two big ones there are very pretty. Those are cool. And then more ceramic. And then these here are like discs, clay beads. I think those are pretty too. And then these here, these are all clay. I don't know if this is from like a piece of jewelry that was taken apart, but the bag is loaded, and I found these scattered throughout everywhere. And it actually took me a while to realize that they were not gemstones, because a lot of them looked like they were gemstones. But yeah, they're pretty cool. Clay beads. They're heavy. They're not, but I don't think they're ceramic. Yeah, it looks like they were formed in the color that they are, like these ceramic ones here, right? Those are like glazed and stuff. But like these, I think they were actually that color. Like this one, I thought this was a gemstone, and I ended up realizing that it was clay. Some kind of the clay. It's very heavy bag. And then these here are polymer clay discs. And I think these would be really pretty wire wrapped like a brulette. A whole bunch of them. Like a whole bunch of them wire wrapped like a brulette. And hang them down from a chain so it kind of looks like petals or something. That's what I would like to do with those. And then we have some really neat ceramic beads left over here. There's some more of those red ones. But like, aren't these called Russian dolls or something like that? Like they stack in each other, right? Biggest or smallest to biggest. They have very detailed faces. They're so cool. And this bead here is probably one of my most favorites. Oh, there's two of these. I was wondering if this was like a golem bead. It is carved, but it's also glazed in different colors. Do you see that? Almost like it looks like a cloisonne bead, the metal beads with the glass enamel. But this is clay, and this is so gorgeous. These are probably pricey. I know those golem ones are, and they're like sold individually. So those are epic. There's a beautiful ceramic one. Most of the ones left are ceramic. There's flowers on that. They are pretty. And then like these here are polymer. I love the giraffe print. Yeah. They are pretty. There's another clay one. There's stars. I thought those were cute. And yeah, some really pretty clay ceramic, polymer clay beads. And that is the rest of box 2. So I'm going to put all of this back, and I will see how much time I have left, and hopefully I could fit all 3 boxes in one video. We have arrived at the seed beads. Now, the other enormous haul that I got that I did 5 videos on, I don't think I got any seed beads in that haul. So this one I got a bunch of seed beads in. Now, I did find 3 of the tools that I kept. There was a bunch other tools, I think maybe 6 or 7 other ones, but they were such bad shape that I ended up tossing them. This one here, these here are still in bad shape. This one's better looking. It could be washed and oil it with some WD-40. All of them kind of need that care. But I kept this one because I thought I could use it for dismantling. And it's such a long, skinny needle nose. But yeah, they're kind of beat up. But anyways. And this one here, even though the leaf spring is gone, it looks like there's not much wear or anywhere at all on those blades. So I will use those for something. Now, here are some tubes. These tubes, in case you didn't know, these are from the Dollar Tree. I've had these in the past. I used to store seed beads in them, but I ended up getting rid of them, or maybe they're under my bed, because I didn't like that they were colored, and I'd rather have them be crystal clear. not colored. So there's actually some fancy, what is this? Tri-cut seed beads in here. Some of them are poor quality, but you see the ones with Picasso that have the sides shaved off? Those are expensive seed beads. Some of these are poor quality and some of them are actually name brand. So that's like a mix there. These look like Czech. These are Lampwork. Those aren't even seed beads. Those are definitely Czech. Look at those shapes and the colors. And then those are poor quality, poor quality, empty, poor quality, and then this looks like gemstones? Yeah, oh wow, those are gorgeous. That's a pretty color. I can't really get it in frame that well. But, I'll have to sort through these. I didn't realize there was other beads in here. I thought they were all seed beads. Now, I have to say that I am a storage perfectionist with my beads. I separate them by color and kind. So, you will never go through my seed beads and see gemstones or other beads in there. They're only going to be seed beads. And all my shell beads are with all shell beads. Okay, and then there are Miyukis here, by the way, in Czech. Those big ones we saw were Czech. So that is the cheaper quality. These are Czech. I think those are orange with a luster on them. Poor quality. There are the drops, Miyuki drops in this one. I don't know if I can open it. There we go. Looks like Miyuki drops with 80 seed beads. I don't know how well you could see right there, the transparent with the AB finish. And then we have the cheaper, you know, the cheap ones. Cheap ones. I still use them though. Yeah, hex cut seed beads. Oh, there's Miyuki cubes. Right there. See those? I started weaving with these, and I thought all of these cubes came in one size, but they come in multiple sizes. Looks like there's also little cut seed beads in there. They're round. They're not hex. They're like hex, but they're round. Not the hex shape. But anyways, I use these in that bellflower earrings tutorial that I did. I'll put a picture up now. Now, when I went to go make those earrings, I had to look for those cube beads. I think it was on Potomac that I got those beads from. And I got them in the subscription box, and I didn't know, but they actually come in like 3 different sizes. And then here are some pearls, and I love those bumpy pearls. I've been getting those in the curated bead box. And I didn't know they existed until I got that box, okay? So, there's the second tube. Now this one here, this one has Toho seed beads. These are Toho with, I think, a Czech Miyuki, not a Czech Miyuki, a Miyuki bugle bead. But the reason why I think these are Toho, because they are big. Like Tohos are rounder. They're more of a round, like cylinder round, hope that makes sense. Miyuki, I feel are more similar to Czech beads. I use both of them together in the same projects, and you can't even tell. They work together a lot. But I do believe that those are Toho, and I have no idea what that color is. It's like a matte bronze. And then we have a Delica after this one. And I don't have that. Looks like a matte bronze Delica. That's awesome. And then, oh, that is gorgeous. It's like a garnet red. I think those are Miyuki. They don't look as tall as a Toho. And then after this, I think we have bronze Miyuki cubes. Yep. And those are mixed together with some other bead, and I'll have to separate those. And those beads are dirty. Dirty beads. How do people's beads get so dirty? I don't know. And this is my favorite. This is Miyuki nickel plate. See, beads, these have a permanent finish. They are gorgeous. I use those a lot. And then after that, so all of those were Miyuki or Toho. Then we have the cheaper sea beads. And then we have in the middle, we have these triangle ones. And I have these in my stash. I guess they're Miyuki. I don't know. These are all the same color. Maybe that's why they're mixed together. But I've never used those triangle ones. I do have them though. Okay, so there's that tube. And then the rest here, oh, those are Czech. I actually have that tube. I got it from AC Moore. I think they closed down though. I don't think they're in business anymore. That color mix, it's pretty. Coral, I love the coral color. And those are tube shaped. Bugle beads. And I just want to see, what color are these bugle beads? Because they look yellow. But are they white? Is it the tube? Oh, they're pink. Those look fiber optic like cat's eye. And I don't know what the deal is. Are these Ado Delicas? Yeah. I have a little bit in my stash. See those purple tubes? Those kind of look like Ado Delicas. Which makes me think that these are Delicas. Yes, I think these are Delicas. Aren't those cool? And by a few in my stash of the Ado Delicas, I am talking like a quarter of a teaspoon. Like, I barely have any. Okay, now this bag. Okay, so here are some tubes. And these are Toho Ados. These actually have a label on them. $11.50. This is not bronze. This is almost like iris brown. I don't know. It's a beautiful color, but that's not bronze. It has like a purpley reddish color to it. I love those. That is a full tube, y'all. That is a full tube. And then 11O Toho, $2.60. These are hex beads. I have a bunch of these in my stash, but they are not name brand. I got all of mine from like dresses and shirts and stuff that I've gotten from thrift stores. And then these are Beater's Paradise. This is what I used to buy all the time at AC Moore. These say 10-Os, but I think they're 11. I believe that these are on the wrong tube, because these look really small. No, it says Sapphire Luster Mix. Maybe they are right. But I swear they look tiny. Okay, so I did that. And then what is this? Ado Toho 350 number 46. This is probably the chocolate brown color in the Toho. And then Groovy Grape. That's definitely the wrong tube. These are orange. It says 602. Okay, I think that these are the same beads. Yeah, oh my gosh. This is a really nice mix. There's 6 OC beads in here. There's the tiny cubes. Maybe those are Miyuki cubes. See the little orange, opaque orange ones? They are cubes. I've never seen a cube that small. Those are awesome. I probably will sort these out, because it would be nice to have those orange cubes to stitch with. And I see that there's actually a peachy coral in there. So, yeah. I will one day take the time to sort those. And there's a mix of 8OC beads. And then this is an epic find. I think these are Charlottes. They are faceted. And I see that other bronze bead that was over there, or gold bead, matte gold bead, is in here. I don't want to jump this up, I just want to see, like, yeah. So, see, they are faceted. It's too hard to see. Let me see. There we go. See that? They are gorgeous. I don't really use these for weaving, though. I don't think anybody uses these for weaving, do they? I feel like that's more of a stringing project. Those are so beautiful. That's like a full hank there. I'm happy to have those. And then we have silver-lined seed beads. These are not my favorite because the silver does tarnish over time. Now see, these are old, but they are stored in a clear plastic baggie, and so they are not tarnishing. So if you do use these seed beads and you weave with them, when you're not wearing your design, make sure you put it in a baggie so it stays fresh and shiny. There's a lot in there. There's bugles in there, and there is seed beads. And these are my favorite. These are from AC Moore. I know that because I have them, and I keep seeing these tubes here, Beater's Paradise, and you can buy these, or you used to be able to. Is AC Moore just gone out of my state? I live in Florida, and I used to go, I remember when they first came, I was so excited to have such gorgeous seed bead tubes. That was my favorite thing to get there. But they ended up going out of business. They were only there for a few years. Anyways, I know that those are that brand. They're Czech though. And then bugles. Wow, those are interesting color. And then there's these. I really like these because I've used, I've had to get this color before to make a beaded bird nest, and I did it in a small version for a beaded bottle. I'll put a picture up now. Anyways, I think I could use these to make a larger version of the beaded nest. And that's just a mix. Those are poor quality. But, oh my gosh, these are vintage. I have a lot of these in my stash. So these are Czech vintage seed beads. These are on hanks. I got mine from a purse. And the holes on these beads are so tiny, so tiny, that I can't even use my size 10 beading needle with them. I would have to use a really thin beading needle. But even then, I don't even know if they would go on it. They're just so small. But yeah, those are old. Oh, and I love this bag. Striped seed beads, and these are all Czech. Yeah, not all of them are striped though. I see some that are solid. But look, we got the green with the yellow stripes, the red and white and blue, the yellow and red. I love these things. I'm addicted to striped seed beads, the ones that look like Christmas. White, red, and green. I love striped seed beads. Okay, and these here are weird. I don't know what this is called. It's like a rectangle, but it's at an angle. See the shape? It's very strange. I don't think those would be good for weaving at all, because they're not uniform. And then this was probably something that was broken. I love that green. It's pretty. Again, those are poor quality, but I always find a use for them. And then we have galvanized gold, and I'm pretty sure that these aren't permanent. So this bead here has a metallic finish on it, but underneath is a silver color, and it's just a cheap gold plating that's on the bead that does wear off over time. And I actually heard that if you have really acidic skin, that it eats it off, and if you don't have acidic skin, then the color lasts longer. Those are pearlized. I think those are painted seed beads. That's a very pretty salmon pink. And bugle beads. I have so many bugle beads in my stash. It's ridiculous. Again, thanks to thrift stores. These are Charlotte's blue, dark blue transparent. They have facets on them. They are pretty. Do you see the sparkle? They sparkle. Seed beads that sparkle. Here's more. Vintage seed beads. Again, there's a broken strand there so you could see the hole. Look how teeny tiny the holes are. It is just ridiculous. I'd never used those beads. And you can really tell that they're vintage too because the Czech beads today aren't as donut shaped. Look at how these are. They look like little rondelles. See? They're very old. And there's more of those. I wonder if those are the same ones. Probably. I'll probably put them together. Oh my gosh, there's an enormous bag in here. As I went through these boxes, I grabbed these bags and I just tossed them into this one. And I didn't really study all of them. These are Czech. These I think are Tenno Czech. Oh, we have a label. Barbara brand, made in Czechoslovakia. Yep. I want to see what the label says because it looks so old. Anyways, what was I saying? I forgot. Oh, the other side's blank, of course. With all that trouble. Yeah, so these are vintage too. They're very squished. The old Czech seed beads are donut shaped. See how they look like rondelles? Yeah, the newer ones, I swear, they're shaped more like gnocchi. And this is a gorgeous mixture. Oh my gosh. Look how pretty those are. There's a lot of beads in there. These are Czech 6-0 seed beads with the rectangle Czech beads, and I think there's some 11-0s in here too, or 10-0s. These are probably in these tubes, and there's probably several of them, and she just put them all into one bag because I myself have done that. Okay, and then we have seed beads here. And whenever you see that bright pink like that, that means that bead is dyed. Underneath that pink bead is actually white. And I like to use the dyed seed beads for French beaded flowers because you make the flower, right, and you put it into whatever you're making, usually a house decoration, you're putting it into a vase, whatever, and after that you don't really mess with it. You leave it alone, and the paint stays on forever because you're not wearing it on your body. So yeah, I like using dyed seed beads in that. And these are awesome. There's that purple bead that was on that label, the grape one. Groovy Grape. I know this because I have Groovy Grape Czech seed beads. That one in my stash. I think I used that bead in my flat spiral candy skull bracelets. Day of the Dead bracelets. Anyways, this bead is bizarre. It's like a brick red and it's matte. They're not uniform, so they're a poor quality, but that color is so rare. I've never seen that before. That looks like a color you would see on Czech beads. I have, I got them from Shipwreck Beads. Mahogany seed beads. The color is unbelievable. You gotta stop and go look that up. It is so pretty. It reminds me of that, but it has like an Aurora Borealis like look to it, but it's matte. They're so cool. And then here we have 6-0 seed beads. These are like very poor quality though. But there's Czech fire polish beads in here. black ones. And then it looks like there's Toho 60 tubes in here, so that's a really weird mix. I'll have to sort through that. And then the last thing, I think it's just this one bag. This is a bag of black Charlotte seed beads. Man, I wish they were all bronze. I would be so much more excited. I have a lot of black seed beads in my stash, and I thought, you know, being that it's like what's it called? I can't remember. Like a color that goes with everything, that if I had a ton of them, I would use all the time, and I don't. I probably use turquoise more than any other color. Alright, so I am still going, and I'm now going into threads and cord stringing materials. So here is a spool of Andy monofilament, and this looks like it's pretty old, just like mine. The label is really worn and discolored. This is actually my favorite brand of monofilament, the Andy one, and I think that this one might actually be even older than mine. And this stuff is such good quality. Do you see how it's shiny? It's a very shiny monofilament, and this is very, very old. My label, and today's label does not look like this, and my label is already old. So this here, I don't know if maybe this was made at a time where monofilament didn't like rot, because don't they make monofilament these days that doesn't last as long to save sea turtles and stuff. But anyways, this here is like the best quality monofilament. It just seems to last forever. It's really good stuff. Now, there's fiber stuff in here, and leathers. I actually have a lot of leather thanks to my aunt. But there's like cool fibers and stuff to hang pendants on. There's leather in different sizes. That is hemp. There's that gorgeous pink. Look how pretty that is. I like to make tassels with this. It seems like it's a weird idea, but they look really great. I'll put a picture up now. And here is a dark brown leather. I don't have this. And you know, to see if leather's good, I recommend trying to stretch it, because if you stretch your leather and it breaks, it is not good quality. Yeah, I found that out the hard way after I made something. And there's a bunch of these, which I have another bag. See the pre-made necklace or bracelets? I've been finding these everywhere. I love these little braided leather ones. There's different colors in here. See, pink, purple, red. Anyway, these are like pre-made necklaces and bracelets. There is a gorgeous, I think this is called popcorn chain in here. That's pretty. I don't think this is sterling silver though. I think it's a cheaper metal, but it looks like it's good quality. Anyways, so yeah, those are like, you know, necklaces and bracelets that are pre-made, and you can put charms on and stuff, or big old beads. I thought there was something in there I wanted to show you guys, but I do not remember. Okay, so back to this bag. So see, there's also fibers, there's cords in here. What's that purple one? I don't know what that is. Yeah, that might be a tassel. Is that a velvet cord? Is there such a thing? This one. Oh my gosh, this is weird. It kind of stretches? A little bit of a stretch. This is like the rubber cording for jewelry making, which I like it, but it has velvet on it. Do you see it? It's a little, there's little stuff stuck to it, like velvet always has junk stuck on it, but it is so soft. That's really cool. I didn't know that existed. Oh, and there's more bracelets and stuff. And there's another one. That one has a toggle. So I'll have to go through this. I have to go through everything. Oh, there's a spool in here. This is 1mm. Yeah. That looks like a full, yeah, like not used spool of 1mm leather. Holy cow, that's awesome. Usually what I do is I tie these, to tame these messy spools, I do a slip knot and make a loop, right, and then I put the loop on it and I pull the end and I tighten it up, but you can't really do that with leather because it would keep that, you know, indentations on it from the knot. So with this, I like to put hair ties on them. Yeah, I used to do rubber bands, but they rot. They don't last that long. So there's a bunch of, there's more necklace things in here. Oh, there's one, a magnetic one. Well, there might be two of these. Now there's a darn jump ring stuck there. Yeah. Oh boy, such a mess. So that is a tassel, I was wondering. To tame tassels, all you have to do is wet them. And then let it dry, comb it out, let it dry. Straight, this one needs a haircut. But there is some goodies in here. There's another. This is the rubber one. Yes, it's rubber. This one's old. Look at that. See this? This is not a good one. See? Stretching. I don't know, maybe I'm not supposed to do this, but I swore they weren't supposed to stretch like this. Yeah, so I'll save that closure because it's a very good one. It's not tarnished. And I'll toss that away. What's this? That is all tangled up in there. Anyways. Okay, I didn't know that there was a spool of leather in there. That's awesome. So there's fibers and other stuff here. And I'll put those into the other bag. And I'm very excited about these spools in here. They're all new. None of them are opened, I don't think. There's one there that's open, but I want to try them because they look a lot like super long cord. So here's genuine lace leather. Wow, this is old. This is so old. My mom, she did beading when I was a little kid, and that's how I got into beading, but she didn't do it for too long. She made keychains and earrings with those silver, almost looks like a western star for a sheriff, you know what I'm talking about? It's round with a silver pattern, there's 2 holes in it. You weave this lace through it and you put like pony beads on it, or crow beads, what they're called, the plastic ones. And then there's the stud things that she would put on at the ends, and she would poke holes in them, or drill holes through the silver things. Hope you guys know what I'm talking about. And she would make keychains and she would sell them at the feed store. Anyways, she had this really thick lace leather like this. See how thick it is? It's really thick. And the newer stuff, I swear it is not this thick. In here, I see the pink one, but there was also the pink in there, and it is so thin. Everything was made better back then. So see how thin? Maybe this one's not so much leather, I don't know, suede. See how it's like really thin? And then this one here, see the difference in the thickness and the quality. So, I'll put this in here while I'm here. So yeah, that's really good stuff. Oh, I hope that velvet one doesn't stretch because I like that velvet clip. I thought that was cool. So that's awesome. Anyways, we have these cards. This is the beading cord. griffin cord, size 14. Holy cow, that is huge for big beads. And then these, I think, silk thread. All of these I think were silk, which I've never really used silk. So I don't know if I should use those for bead weaving, because I know they use them for malas a lot. Or if I should make tassels with them. I don't know. Anyways, these here, I was really excited about trying these. These are new spools, never used. I'm really excited about the green one because I wanted to do adventuring, and that's like the perfect shade of green. It is so pretty. I love that color. And this is like a metallic, like bronzy brown. That's beautiful. Then we have rat tail cord, and this one's open. So what is this like? Does it have stretch? Pulling it very hard. Wow, it is so strong. I think it's nylon. Did I stretch it at all? Maybe. Anyways, it's a twisted thread. If it's nylon synthetic, then it should melt. So let me see. Oh no, it's not nylon. What could it be made out of? It says $3.40. Oh, there's a label here. Drab green, that's the color. Is that rayon? Rayon. Pearl, crown, rayon. Something corp. That one's ripped off. So it's a rayon thread. So that means it doesn't melt. So I probably won't like this that much, because I love to melt my nylon cords. But I don't know. Maybe I'll think of a use for this. You know what? This is probably going to be the ultimate tassel cords, because... Let me try this again. Yeah, it doesn't melt. It just burns. So the nylon cords, like the Chinese nylon knotting cord, I always melt the ends, and it's literally like plastic, and it bonds to itself, so you don't need any glue. I'm thinking this is probably going to be awesome for tassels because it's shiny. Look how shiny it is. And then in here we have super long cord in pink. This spool's dirty. It's dirty, but you know, as I make jewelry, we can wash the cord, whatever. And then there's sewing thread in here, and there's 2 other spools of this stuff. And I like all of the colors. I mean, I wish it melted for me, but it's not. But we'll think of something to do with it. We always do. Okay, so this was silk and cords, leather cords. I have more leather. I'll worry about that later. This has never been used, but it's dirty. It's dirty. But the cord is clean because it's sealed. It's a little rip right there, but that's not bad. Anyways, 3.2 millimeter by 22.8 meters. So that's the length. 1/8 of an inch. Genuine suede lace black. I don't know if I have this in this color. I saw that this was great for weaving through the curb chain. You know, I'm talking about how they take the big chunky curb chain. If you go on Pinterest, you'll find what I'm talking about. And they weave just on one side of the chain, or you can do both sides. I actually like it just on one side. But anyways, because it's flat and you weave with it, it looks so pretty. And use it on big chunky chain. And then we have bead stringing wire. This is size small. This stinks for me. I have so much small. I need the big size. I don't have the bigger size in my stash. So that means that I have to use the really tiny crimp beads right here. Use crimp bead number 1. And I actually need the bigger size in my stash. I have so much of the small size. And then we have wire here. craft wire. This is painted craft wire. It looks like it's from my kit because of all the colors. And it looks like we have a copper one there. Don't know if it's real copper or if it's coated. But yeah, a bunch of fun colors to play with. And then over here, this is 24 karat gold plated. I didn't know there was such a thing. Bead stringing wire. It does look like it's used, but aren't these short? Yeah. So I always pay attention when I buy these to the amount on here. The 19 strand, because it is better quality and it's more flexible, you always get less. So on this one, the 7 strand, you're getting 75 feet, and on this one you're only getting 15 feet. And I bet you that this one costs more than this one, because that's how it is. So expensive. And gold plated, I didn't know that, and see right here, flexibility, good, better, best. This isn't so good. I didn't know there was such a thing as a gold plated. Anyways, I would like to try those. I think I actually got those not too long ago. I'll have to try them though and see if I can find them. And the screw one, I always thought those were weird. The scrimp, it's a screw crimp. Like, the only benefit I think for that would be to restring the project later. It just seems weird to have that to me. But anyways, I don't know. Moving on, there is still more stuff. There is more wire. And I believe this is the wire that she was using to string her beads on. Maybe not. That might be thicker gauge. And there's some there. This is really good quality gold. There's no label on it, but wow, it looks like 10 karat gold. It is so bright. There's no tarnishing. And it looks like it's a very old wire, so I wonder what it's made out of. And we have this ribbon right here, which is a lot like the sari silk, something like that. And I've used stuff like this before. And this would make an epic tassel. I love that it's different colors, so definitely gotta try this in a tassel. And then I have this stuff here, which I am excuse me. I actually got this from BB Craft to make little beaded pouches. Well, they're not beads, but they're kind of like beads. It's plastic, but it looks like rhinestones. But anyways, I got huge spools of this from BB Craft so I can make pouches to put projects in. I did a tutorial on it. Here's more gold wire, upholstery needles that are curved. I don't know why she sent me those, but maybe she used them in jewelry making. And this here is from the 90s. Do you guys remember these? You put your shirt through it. I think the design is beautiful, and I realize that this is not painted on. That's actually part of the plastic. It is plastic. Like it's resin or something. So I thought that was really cool. And I also got an electric bead spinner from her. And there's a necklace in here. This is made with just crystal beads, glass beads, I guess, in these tubes. So there's a necklace there. But I actually already have this in my stash. This bead spinner, the electric one, the Doris. They don't make this spinner anymore. It comes with these 3 containers for you to put your beads in. Here's the third one. And, oh, there's ring sizer things in here. I forgot about those. Anyways, I'm actually not crazy about this one. I prefer the wooden one more. I don't know why, I just do. But there is a left and right, depending on what hand you use. And there's also wooden beads in colors like this. So these are painted. And the ones that are disc shaped here are awesome for making my flowers, the ones that I do with the disc beads. And I don't know what that is, but it looks like there's coconut in here. Those pink ones were coconut. And just a bunch of fun shapes. It looks like there's clay beads in here, so I'm going to have to go through this because I see other stuff in here. But yeah, those are fun, happy colors. So this is the last thing in the third box, and this is a gallon-sized bag of wooden beads, wood beads, and coconut beads, and the nut beads I was telling you guys about earlier that I thought were really cool. And this is a really nice collection of wooden beads, but I gotta say, I didn't know that there was this much wooden beads in the boxes until I went through them. Like, just like digging through them and not trying to organize them, I didn't notice that there was that much wood. But when I actually went through them and started separating them, I found a gallon-sized bag full of these beads. And I know a lot of people don't like wooden beads, but there are some gorgeous wooden beads, and I'm about to show you some right here. So I'm going to try to go fast. These are bamboo beads. I've never seen them like this before. They're painted. Those would probably be really cool to make like a basket with. Do you guys remember I did a basket tutorial, beaded basket tutorial? I did it for Easter. I did it out of bugle beads. And I also had one that I did with wooden beads that were tubes like this, but they were like a rice shape. I'll put a picture up now. So I think that would be a cool idea to use something like these, and it would be a pretty large basket compared to what I made. And here are some more wooden ones. These are very pretty. This color right here. I actually have a lot of wooden beads like this in my stash. This one was unique. It is curved like a noodle bead, but it's wooden, of course. And this is from a belt. And maybe she bought the belt and took it apart for the beads. But I thought that was really beautiful closure right there. It was probably seed beads that was in it, because I've been seeing, I don't know why, Makari's been recommending me belts, seed bead belts like that. I don't even know what this is. Is this a necklace? Those are cool. It looks like it's coconut beads. Maybe it's a necklace. There's something teardrop right there. That's the Tagua nut. Tagua, I think it's called Tagua. I don't remember how to spell it. Is it T-A-G? Oh my gosh, yes! I didn't know that was in there. So this is a very hard nut. Really, really hard. So all of those are Tagua nuts then. That's awesome. So I've told you guys before that I've tried getting those, and lima beads. They're the ones that had them in a bunch of colors. And they sold out of them, and they never got them back in stock. More wooden beads. Now don't stop watching because it's going to get really interesting here. This is some kind of a nut or seed. This is a really cool collection, I think, of nut and seed beads. Not actual seed beads, but they're made from seeds. But look at how cool. Pretty colors, and I think that these are actually dyed. Aren't those cool? Did you know there was such a thing as nut and seed beads like this? I did. I just don't see them very often. Now my grandma, she used to have, not sunflower, what was it? Apple seed jewelry, necklaces made out of apple seeds. And it's really cool. I think that's an acrylic rose bead. So there's some wooden flowers. I didn't know those were in here. I didn't see those. Here are some nuts again, or are these beans? Oh my gosh, I think these might be dyed beans. Yes, again, there's hair in it. We'll try to ignore the hair though. I think those are beans that are dyed, or some kind of a seed. Isn't that cool? So anyways, this made me think of my grandma. She had some of the coolest jewelry. She had a monkey that was carved out of some kind of a nut. I don't remember, but it was a charm or a pendant. I thought it was really cool. It's so highly detailed to be so small. So those are carved wooden beads, and they actually look like they're bone, but they are wood. And here are some more. Oh, these are bone. Those are bone. All of those are bone. So I have to remember to come back and get those out. Here's more wooden beads. And keep watching because it gets better. I cannot believe the kinds of beads in here. Those there have something written on them with large holes. These are the wooden beads that have the cord wrapped on them. Fiber. I bet these are easy to make. You know, it probably just takes some time. And those ones there are crocheted. These are palm tree. See the pattern? That's palm tree wood. Those are gorgeous. And these here are coconut, my favorite. These are dyed. Yeah, I want to open those, but I shouldn't. I gotta get through this. No way! Oh. I was wondering if that was one of the missing green stones from that piece I had earlier, but maybe not. It looks like it's blue. More palm tree. Coconut beads are my favorite. I like them more than wooden beads. They're really good quality. You can get them wet and it doesn't destroy them. It does change them over time, but like if you get a lot of wooden beads wet, it really ruins them. They don't look the same anymore. But those are coconut rondelles. Here are some more. Now these are creepy. This looks creepy. I don't like this one. It looks like the potato beetle. Do you know what I'm talking about? So there's more nut and bean beads in there. It's so cool to see all of these. Here are some more coconut and seeds. Look. Beads. Those are really cool. I think this lady travels a lot that I got this stuff from. I don't know what this one is. Some kind of a carved tube. Those are great, again, for the basket like I was talking about. These are cool. These are wooden. I wonder, those look like they're from a sliders from a bracelet. There is a pendant, or maybe that was an earring. More wooden beads, the red color. Here are more nuts. Oh my gosh, so I live in Florida. I'm 5 miles away from the ocean. And the last time I went to the beach, I was looking at all of the nuts. And this one here is going to be garbage. It's broken. But that is a seed that is shaped like a heart, and it's cracked. It's a cracked heart. But it's splitting open, so I'll probably toss that one. But like, look at this. Oh my gosh, I think this one might be a tagua nut. It is so hard. Look at that. I really don't know if I would wear this in jewelry because it is so huge. It looks like a rock. But like these here, we have these where I live. I don't see them very often. But I wanted to show you guys. I don't know where they're at. I had these gray ones that I find where I live. Nuts. Or like a seed that washes up on the beach. And I want to drill them and see what that would be like to turn it into a bead. So I think these here might be the tagua nuts. The hard to find, expensive nut beads. They're so cool. They're dyed. They're really hard. It's amazing how hard they are. Some of these I probably will toss though. Like, is this one opening too? No? Actually it's not. I've never seen that one before. But yeah. That one looks like a coconut, a mini coconut. So I think all the colored ones are the tagua nuts. Really cool. Okay, oh, there's sunflower seeds in there. Yay, I'm so excited because I want to show you. I hope you guys are enjoying this because this is very different compared to other bead hauls I've had because I've never found somebody who sold stuff like this. So this is apple seeds. Did I say sunflower seeds again? These are apple seeds and they are preserved and look how shiny they are. I guess they're varnishing them. The necklace portion is messed up, but this part here is in perfect shape. I don't know how they weave this together. I know that a lot of people are annoyed with seed beads weaving them, but I can't imagine the patience to stitch this together. And, you know, are they all the same size? I don't know. They're seeds, they're made in nature. I wonder if that's like a peyote stitch done with apple seeds right there. That is so cool. Isn't that neat? And then we have some more cool wooden shapes. That's a paisley. I have a paisley on my purse. And then we have more coconut. Again, my favorite. I love these. These are my favorite. I love these more than wood beads. The coconut. That one's there perfect for bracelet. That leaf. And these disc ones, I love those for making flowers. And look at this. I was so excited. This is a Rudraksha seed. I didn't know they got this big. I thought they were like 12 millimeter, maybe being the biggest. But this one is cut in slices, and they are so beautiful. Look at that pattern. That is a seed, and that's a very hard seed. They make beads out of those too. There's another paisley. That's bone. That shouldn't be in here. That's a spacer bar. Here is my bag. We're running out of bags. That is coral. I didn't know what it was at first, and then I saw the polymer clay artist, what's her name, Christy Friesian, something like that. She did a video and she had these and she was putting them in something and she said they were coral, and I'm like, what? I guess that is coral. I thought it was wood at first. Anyways, look at these. There's some gorgeous wooden beads in here. Look at this. Beautiful. This actually looks like that metal charm that I got recently in beading school. There's a necklace. Coconut beads. I have some strands like this in my bead stash. Here's more. Looks like apple seeds and another kind of seed or bean. I'm going to dump these into the box. Actually, there's still more bags in here, so I'm going to go through the bags and then dump what's left into the box. There's more coconut, and that's black coconut, which I never see. I always get it in brown, its natural color, or I've had it in dyed, like a blue color. Okay, so all the rest here is loose, and there's some really gorgeous wooden beads in here. Look at this. This looks like a fishing lure, doesn't it? And look at these wooden beads. I mean, they are so gorgeous. I swear, I wonder if this has something to do with fishing, because this looks like a bobber, and that looks like a fish. And these are horn. Those are carved horn. And this is leather here, so that looks like, it says India there. That's bent. Looks like a brass S-hook. So there's more of these throughout this. See what's broken in here? There's that fish. I swear it's a fish. Hey, I did earrings with a bead that was like that, but it was Czech glass. So I'm going to dump this into the box. Okay, so I just got the box back and I wanted to show you the stuff in here. So it looks like there's some beautiful, oh, that one's pretty, earrings that are carved. Here's coconut, and you can make so much stuff out of coconut. Look at this. That's a coconut heart that's carved to also look like a leaf. Coconut is very easy to carve. I have done it before. I've gone to the grocery store, I got a coconut, I drank the coconut milk, I ate the coconut inside, and then with the shell, I cut it up and I grinded it and I made pendants. I don't remember if I've ever showed what I made. I've never done a tutorial on it because I I don't know if I should do a video on it. I don't think it would be very popular. But there's those beads that I love so much. This one here, I don't think this is wood. I don't know what this is. Maybe it's clay. It's probably clay because it's very heavy. But that is a very special looking bead. It looks so old. I love that earring. And there's another necklace. And there's just some beautiful carvings here. Here's more nuts. Look at these. I'm obsessed with these. Is that a togwood nut too? I don't know, but it is gorgeous. There's some more. There's some big sizes here. This one looks like 2 different pieces of wood that are glued together. Anyways, there is so much here. There's more coconut. There's more carved beads. This actually looks like a darn paper bead. And this is a T-bar for a toggle. So you can use that as a toggle if you wanted to. You don't have to have the ring on either end. You can just make a looped cord. And yeah, here is a donut. I love the wooden donut. That's a bead. And I don't know if this is togwood or not, but that's definitely a nut. And it's amazing that the nut is so shiny that it actually looks like it's plastic. And see, it's a bead. There's the hole drilled from the end. And yeah, so there's that creepy one again. It looks like a beetle. There's more shapes. Look at this. This is a gorgeous strand. Wasn't Michael's selling wooden beads like this at one point? I don't know if they're still doing it now. That looks like it's either acrylic or bone, that there. But yeah, those are gorgeous. Those are discs. Look at this one. I mean, there are gorgeous wooden beads. I especially love the carved ones. More coconut. This is like a chain. I've gotten a lot of coconut rings like this on belts at thrift stores. There's a slider. That one's cool too. Yeah, so as you can see, I have a lot of sorting to do. That is, oh, that's another wooden bead. That's the rest of the necklace. Oh, there is the, right here. Wow, that was weird. It just kind of jumped onto itself. So there's the closure. I'm probably going to take it apart though, but it looks like I have all the pieces. I wonder if this is a center bead, because I don't see it in here. There's only one, but there's that one. There's the one that looks like the bobber. And I think I threw the fish bead over there. But anyways, this is it. I hope that you guys enjoyed this huge bead haul. There is so much stuff here. I'm going to be putting this stuff away forever. Again, I got all of this stuff from Mercari. I'm going to leave the link, like I said at the beginning of the video. I will leave a link for Mercari down there below in the description bar, and all you have to do is get on your cell phone, click on the link, download the Mercari app to your cell phone, and then you will get a $10 coupon towards your first purchase. Alright? Please like this video, leave me a comment, subscribe if you want to see more of my videos, and make sure you click the bell button so that you get notified whenever I upload new videos, and follow me on my social media sites. I'm on Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, and Twitter. Thanks for watching.